value judgments
Yeah.
from? You know, there's no rhyme or reason why anything is happening in the atheist universe, none whatsoever. I mean, if they want to tell us whether there's a rhyme or reason why things are happening, be my guest, but you're not going to be able to do so. No. I went into another atheist server, guy by the name of Pangburn.
I
who
don't mean
to-
to interrupt you.
yeah.
He said, "Here we go with the mother of all false premises."
Well, would you come to the microphone and please explain what you mean? Okay, because we don't like people just trolling in the text while they're in VC. So please come to your microphone and explain what you're referring to. Certainty. Yeah, I'm not going to have much patience if you don't come to your microphone and defend what you're saying. You're going to be gone, and I don't buy this crap. Oh, I don't have a working mic. Okay, so you got 30 seconds to get on the mic.
And by the way, I'm counting right now, and I'll let you know when 30 seconds is
Okay,
hit.
20 seconds. We're 20 seconds now.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, now we're down 15 seconds.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
Yeah. No, I'm not raging. I'm
7,
just laying down the
6,
law. This is our protocol in here. Okay, you want to be a jerk? Good. Now you're kicked from the server. Okay, you want to troll? You want to heckle from the text? That's fine. You want to do that? At least put on your big boy pants and come in here and come to the microphone and defend yourself. And you are free to disagree, but you're not free to sit there and troll and heckle and be a drive-by atheist. So he's kicked from the server. This is not like other servers where we put up with gratuitous trolling. If you want to insult, you want to heckle, then you're going to have to stand by what you say and defend it. Otherwise, get out of Dodge. Yeah, and go listen on YouTube, James, and you can probably maybe because you're so oblivious to your own deceptions and lies, maybe you might have a realization of how deceitful you were. You're tied up with kids right now. Well, I hope they're not your children because they got one deceitful daddy. And if anybody doubts what I'm saying at all about James, the dishonest atheist, just go to Tom Rabbit's channel and see the interaction between yours truly and the dishonest atheist, James Goodwin. He could not have been more deceptive.
Or something like that you debated one time, like last year or something?
No, this was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And whenever atheists talk about their background or their bio, you can almost always take it to the bank that they're embellishing to one degree or another.
Was a pastor.
Yeah, we've heard that story before. Maybe it's true, but I don't trust atheists when they tell me about their bio.
I always ask them what their favorite systematic theologian was, and they're always like, "Oh."
My favorite systematic theologian will be, if I had to pick one.
Right.
Gee, if I had to pick one, I would say Louis Sperry Chafer.
Well, you have so many to pick from that it's like you can't decide. But these guys, when you ask them that, they're just like, "Oh, they don't even know any."
I like Charles Ryrie, John Walvoord, but they're all Dallas theological guys. So I do plan on reading some of the Reformed systematic theologies pretty soon.
You got some caffeine. Put you to sleep.
Hey, Dog, can you answer a couple of questions for me?
Yeah, sure.
Why are you people in your server such fags? Okay, where you mute me when I'm talking to your guests and you cut me off after I've been promised I won't be muted. Why do you tolerate other people with mutes just cutting me off when I'm talking with one of your AMA people?
Well, I wasn't the one who set up those AMAs.
Oh, yeah. Then I guess people have been falsely accusing you that you were one of the people who muted me.
Yeah, I was falsely accused. They must have been thinking of someone else.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I mean, that's the case. Like, I could show you monologues.
Yeah.
I could ask Canadian Catholic to show you monologues.
Yeah. Yeah, all I know is you have people like Lawrence Krauss, P.Z. Myers. These are high honchos in the world of atheism. And that server comes in and protects them. I wasn't being rude. I wasn't being obnoxious. I didn't even spend a great deal of time interacting with them. And as soon as they get cornered, your server comes in, swoops in, and protects them from embarrassment. Because if they thought that I was on the run, that if I was getting slaughtered in the conversation, that I was at a major intellectual philosophical disadvantage, they wouldn't stop the conversation. They would have allowed P.Z. Myers, who's a gutless coward. Here's a firebrand of a famous atheist who completely wimped out, acted like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, a girly man. What a girly man of an atheist firebrand, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that PZ Myers is dumb. Like, I didn't mute you during.
No, he's not dumb. No. I didn't say he's dumb, but I said he's a girly man because he got cornered even by just a simple question, and it wasn't trick. It was clear. It was circumspect, but he didn't know what atheist cliche to say to respond to it. And so the atheists on the server, whomever that was, decided, wow, we can't let dumb Darth Dawkins make our famous atheist firebrand, P.Z. Myers, be made to look like a fool. And then the last guest you had, that philosopher, he was cornered too, right? Asked him, what is anything impossible? Right? I said, what makes it impossible? I don't know. Good. Then how can you say anything's impossible? If you don't have a grounding for why anything is impossible, why should we believe anything he says? Oh, that's because he's a philosophical pinhead. He's in an ivory tower. He has a degree. He teaches at a university. Let's take a peek and see what stupid live atheist shows there are on tonight.
Oh no.
And by the way, for those of you who have just come in here, I went into another atheist server headed by a firebrand atheist named Pangburn, who totally wimped out as an atheist girly man. And rather than answer my questions, he just decided to be argumentative, split hairs. I asked him, are you neutral with respect to God as creator? And rather than answer the question truthfully the way like a child could, he goes, what do you mean by neutral? Right? I said that you neither affirm nor deny the existence of God. Are you neutral? And he still refused to answer the question. Yet this guy goes onto YouTube. Let me just say one more thing. This guy goes onto YouTube. He presents himself as an intellectual, and he has a show called Ask Me Anything. I go in there, I start asking him questions, and rather than be truthful, he tries to tap dance, dodge, misdirect, okay, split hairs. Okay, this is why I have such contempt for all of the atheist YouTubers. Absolute contempt for these people.
The more rebellious these atheists get and these other non-believers get, the more absurd their answers become.
I know.
I mean, you literally say you don't know what neutrality is, especially after you gave a clear and unequivocally you cannot misunderstand the definition you gave to him. It's clear and unequivocally laid out.
Lawrence, there's an AMA with Lawrence Krauss. Here's another total moron, rabid firebrand atheist. By the channel is I think it's called IOD. Okay, this guy is even worse than Pangburn. He's such a moron. The more dumb they are, the more chutzpah they have. Right?
So he doesn't know what neutrality means.
Yeah, I think he
But
probably just took a philosophy 101 and that was it. But I've heard a lot of people say that and then they leave their religion, but if they were to just stay in philosophy, they would continue on with
Ye-
Christianity.
There's no way a Okay, that's so stupid. There's no way a philosophy 101 would rip someone apart out of the faith. Are you kidding me? No Christian that is actually learned in Christian theology and a little bit of apologetics would even be threatened by that. Not
I
because there
agree,
aren't challenges, but come
but
on.
I've never taken a philosophy class. So.
Well, I've taken a philosophy 101 class, and there was no way. In fact, I challenged several things that my teacher said. So there's no way, and I've said some theology. There's no way that a person who was learned in theology, like read, if you just read uh Covenantal Apologetics, 180-page book, there's no way you would be shaken in a basic 101 class. Now, if you're talking about years and years, I understand that. Not in a philosophy 101 class. No one's going to come out and say, they really rocked my worldview.
Most theology programs, they prefer students to have some decent background in philosophy anyway.
Like my philosophy
Joe.
101 textbook actually strengthened my faith in Christ. And that sounds like a Christian
Right.
cliche. It really
Bro,
did,
Joe.
because it taught me how to think critically.
What
Hey,
would be a
Joe,
good
Oh, go ahead, Tiffy.
Oh, I was going to ask, like, what would you recommend? Because I've never taken a philosophy class. A lot of the terminology I am unfamiliar with. So, what kind of book would you recommend for someone like me?
I'm thinking here. I haven't read the book yet, but Philosophical Foundations by William Lane Craig.
Okay,
Oh,
that one I
excellent,
could.
excellent.
Yeah, that one
Even
I
though
like.
even though see, I criticize him regularly for certain things, but I still recognize that he's a brilliant man, and we can learn a great deal from him about just basic philosophical concepts. And although I haven't read the book yet, I've perused through it. Okay, it's a good basic textbook on basic philosophy. I can recommend some more titles for you. I have a big Google Drive full of reference works.
Yeah, I like hardcover, so I'm on Amazon right now. What's the name of the book again?
No. Do you read electronic books at all?
I don't, because it bothers my eyes. I don't even like being on Discord. My eyes.
Oh, that's because you're a woman. If only you had been born a man.
I think that's true.
I had to get that in there because the atheists say I'm a male chauvinist.
I know you're totally a sexist.
Because I pick on Shannon Q a lot. I'm a misogynist.
Right. It has nothing to do with maybe her theology.
Well, Tippy,
has to do with her sex.
What about reading? What about reading like on a Kindle device or like an iPad?
Yeah, I have both of those, and I'm telling you, I don't like it, and I even turned down the screen and everything.
Okay.
I just prefer to have the hard copy. Not to mention they're burning books right now, so I think it's best to have a hard copy.
Okay. Well,
I have Dr. Seuss books, by the way, if anybody wants to.
Oh my
borrow
God.
them.
No, I'm sorry. You apologize right now. We're kicking you off for that racist stuff.
Yeah, what is the one with
Tippy
William?
Bear, I would recommend
Philosophical Foundations for a Christian Worldview. I think it's called Philosophical Foundations by Craig.
Foundations. A Christian Worldview? Is that what it's called?
I think that's the title. I'm not absolutely certain, but that's the title.
Darth, what do you disagree with William Lane Craig about? Like,
that's a very good book, though.
He's well, I think he unfairly criticizes biblical presuppositionalism. I think he learned to have contempt for it when he studied apologetics under John Warwick Montgomery at Talbot Theological Seminary. Excuse me. John Warwick Montgomery, great believer, great apologist. Don't want to throw him under the bus. He's written some great books. Unfortunately, he has misrepresented and misunderstood Van Til and presuppositional apologetics, which is common, and a lot of people have picked that up from Montgomery, and I believe at least William Lane Craig picked up on some of that. Another thing I criticize is he has drunk the Kool-Aid in believing in evolution and an old Earth, an old universe. He's drunk the Kool-Aid that even the order of Genesis is incorrect. That it's not
Oh, right.
true. It's not true. He doesn't believe that Adam and Eve. He believes that Adam and Eve were various evolutionary hominids that God breathed the breath of life in. He believes that that it was just simply mere poetic language that God took a portion of Eve's rib. Look, it's because he has a lack of research in anti-evolution material, and he wants to be taken more seriously by a wider audience. And if he was a younger creationist, that would be a problem.
Right. You
Okay,
know,
I
so
find
so fascinating about that. I talked to John Frame, and I said, "Well, what's your position on it?" Because he hasn't written on it, and he said, you know, even though he hasn't written on it, when he reads the Bible, it looks like a young Earth creationist view.
Yeah, it's unmistakable. Okay, and the fact of the matter is William Lane Craig wouldn't be so cocky, and he's not a cocky guy to begin with, but at least in this area, I think he's a little bit cocky. He wouldn't be so cocky if he was sitting across the table from some of the PhDs in biology and physics and geology who are at like creation.com or Answers in Genesis. Just to give you a quick example, he cited pseudogenes as an example of common ancestry of evolution. Well, it only took me a couple of seconds to Google and find articles debunking that at Answers in Genesis and Creation.com, that these so-called pseudogenes are not in fact pseudogenes, right? But they're interpreted to be pseudogenes and therefore indicative of some type of common ancestry, right?
Well, Darth, you're right. I mean, this is what John Frame stresses in his history of the Western philosophy, that a lot of these people like to, and he didn't specify William Lane Craig, want intellectual or academic respectability, and they wouldn't have it if they were young Earth creationists. They're right.
Okay, I found
Absolutely not.
philosophy of
Even Wayne
religion.
Grudem kind of shifted, which is I don't agree.
That's too bad. Well, you know what? One of my, not, I won't say favorite, but one of my more favorite books is The Myth of Religious Neutrality by Roy Clauser, and he recently abandoned young Earth creationism too, which I'm very disappointed at, but it's still a good book nonetheless.
Oh, Clauser's book is a
Yeah.
genius. I think every preceptor should have Clauser's book. In
Everybody
Everyone.
should read that book. That has been very important. What he goes in that book just really reinforces the principle that Van Til talks about God as the concrete universal.
What's it
Whereas
called?
Clauser, it's called The Myth of Religious Neutrality by Roy Clauser. If you want an electronic copy, send me a DM and I'll send you a copy of it tonight.
What?
Okay, I'll do that right now.
Imagine if we could you guys imagine if we all just went to a community college philosophy 101 and just all signed up together and we're just all in there?
Oh my God! The professor would rip their hair out running out of their out of the classroom.
Oh, it would be so fun.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, that you brought that up, that'll learn. I mean, I'm not talking about your kid that grew up in a Christian house, went to Sunday, went to youth group. I'm talking about someone who actually took their time to read any book on theology. There's no way Philosophy 101 is going to rip them from the faith. I don't buy that. They're not diving into anything that would be. In fact, it would strengthen the Christian position because, believe it or not, at secular universities, they debunk a lot of these worldviews anyway. So you would actually learn, oh my gosh, look how futile some of these positions are. So they would only be aiding the Christian apologists. They wouldn't, my teacher said something like Paul's definition of faith was just believing in something without evidence. And I said, where did you get that from?
I think Frank Church runs an actual school for parents to send their kids to when before they go to college, so that they don't get destroyed by or lose all their faith from professors.
Just teach your kids theology. That's it. It doesn't require all that. A lot of times people don't teach their kids theology. Really. Tippy Bear, you should get Vern Poythress's book on logic. He writes in plain English. That'll be really helpful to you.
Kids don't learn logic now.
Another great one.
Yeah, Vern Poythress's book on
PM
logic.
me.
Sure.
Vern Poythress, another book everybody should have, is all of his Redeeming series, Redeeming Science, Redeeming
I'm getting
Logic,
ready to get all of them
Redeeming
next
Language. It's like a collection, man.
I
Just look on your bookshelf.
I have most of those. I think on my Google Drive.
Nice.
Yeah, other people are sending me their Google Drive, which is fantastic.
Thanks for
I
that,
really like
Dawkins.
the hard copy.
Well, why don't you, if you have enough money, why don't you just get an eye transplant and then you'll be able to read online stuff.
Mm-mm. No,
I
I'm not going to become
I
one of
just can't
Elon
do it.
Musk's robots.
I'd spend too much time on
Yeah,
the computer
John
anyway.
Frame's History of Western Philosophy is pretty good. James Anderson has a lecture series on iTunes U that you can listen to. And then you can always listen to my podcast as I interview some of these guys, but I'm not going to plug myself too much here.
I don't
Well,
see your podcast on your linked to your Discord.
One more time.
Yeah, you don't have your podcast linked to your Discord, so you can't even plug yourself.
Yeah, I need to do that. I need to plug that a little bit more. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, even though, like, I haven't studied all the ways to attack all, other worldviews, I really, to be honest with you, I'm not even just saying this just because I'm a Christian. I have to say this, but I really hardly ever come into challenges against the Christian position that really are like, they give me restlessness. In fact, I haven't heard any good ones in years since I've started doing apologetics, actually. Now, if anyone wants to debunk that, then we can go through a couple objections, but I don't really think that there are really many good objections to the Christian position.
Chuck,
you guys,
At least philosophically speaking. I'm not going to get into textual
Yeah.
criticism or things like that. But in terms of philosophically, problems with I'm not fazed by that kind of stuff.
I'll tell you guys another book if you're really into Christian philosophy. This was talked about by a lot of the presuppositionalists back in the day, but like Jared Oliphant mentioned it. But it's a book called Transcendental Arguments and Justified Christian Belief by a guy named Ronnie Murad. He's a good analytic philosopher, and I think every presuppositionalist.
Can you send me that in a DM and the link?
Find a fucking money.
Either the title or
you could also just bring over.
Do you have an electronic copy?
No, I have the hard copy, but I'll send you a link to the.
Yeah, just send me a link to it. Okay.
But it's
Darth,
really
you're right.
good.
There are a lot of misrepresentations of presuppositionalism. I just talked to Noah, who's in this channel, because he had some humbly he said I had some objections and some refutations, and I just went through some and I went okay, and he agreed that they weren't good. Now there are better ones, but they usually fall flat.
MKO, can you mute your mic?
Sorry.
Also, Darth, if William Lane Craig had the opportunity to sit across Greg Bonson, he wouldn't talk that way about presuppositionalism either.
No, he wouldn't. And by the way, even in his critique, his critique in 5 Views of Apologetics was much more reserved and measured than what he has said online. Okay, his critique was much more circumspect. All right, but also he made the blunder in there that Van Til wasn't a philosopher, which is a major blunder. How do you make that mistake?
No, that's not even. That's actually slander. Did he apologize for that? Because that's slander.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I heard he still hasn't even
Whoa, Shotgun man, that's expensive. $50 for a paperback.
Yeah, it wasn't that expensive when I bought it. That's crazy. I was just looking at that as well. I'm looking for a maybe on a pirate site or something to see if I could find a.
That's just ridiculous.
What does William Lane Craig consider a philosopher to be? I mean, the guy had all the credentials. What is he looking for?
one of the things that was pivotal in reading the presuppositional works was that they drove home the simply basic truth that every Christian knows, but we forget to remind ourselves every moment that nobody is neutral. Okay. And so when we have these kind of discussions and debates, the opposing side always want to represent themselves as, oh, I'm not convinced, as though they're sitting in a neutral position, rather than their non-acceptance of the Christian worldview. It's actually an implicit counterclaim. Like, for example, if they say to me, prove to me God exists, most people just simply don't understand. That is an implicit assertion of atheism. You say, prove to me God exists. You could not make that statement, right? Meaning a real sincere demand, rather than, let's say I was being devil's advocate and I were to say to Bro Joe or Tom Locke or anyone else, and I say, okay, demonstrate to me God exists, right? But when atheists say it, implicit within the statement is the position that God doesn't exist. Because somebody who already holds to the position that God exists couldn't say, prove to me God exists, because they already hold to the view that all facts are revelatory of God. So right off the bat, when the atheist says, prove to me God exists, they're not neutral.
That's a good point.
We have to point out to them that both theism and atheism require a defense, to say, well, prove to me God, So if we humor them for the moment, we say, okay, God exists and we know this by virtue of his revelation of himself through natural revelation and special revelation, right? And then they laugh at that. And then we have to point out to them is that there couldn't be any other way to know that God exists unless God himself takes the initiative, constructs the plan of human history as to reveal himself through natural revelation and special revelation. We shouldn't be intimidated by the fact that they don't accept that all the facts in the world are indicative of God. We need to take the Christian position and hold to what God says. Listen, if we do not start with God's revelation, then we're going to be starting with the fallacy, which is called autonomous human reasoning, that the mind of man in and of itself exists in and of itself without recognition to God as creator, right? But that's an inherently biased position. That position cannot be justified. What's that criminalize?
I just caught where you said the self-revelatory part, where you changed up how you usually say that.
That's because you beat up on me.
I didn't beat up on you.
Yes, you did, you liar, 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 pants on fire. No, I'm just kidding you. Your point was well taken. Why don't you tell them what you said to me? It was a very good point.
So basically, what you were saying was God's self revelation of himself. To me, I found that to be redundant, but I nitpicked simply out of a way to help sharpen what you're saying, so that the atheist can't nitpick and get stuck on that one point. It was just, like I said, just nitpicking on my side.
Well, it may be a bit redundant, but it's for the purpose of clarity. Because if we're not really clear, then they will just run away with what we say, right? So
I agree with that, but
yeah.
I think that somebody could just say it's redundant and not well thought out, because if you're just you're basically just repeating yourself. But I think it works either way. It's just it sounds better.
Well, we could say that. Well, like for example, God can reveal certain things, right?
Yeah.
Right, in Scripture, but also
Sure.
God himself reveals himself as opposed to just something God did reveals himself, but it was not God himself actively and purposely revealing himself. because that's what unbelievers think, that they think that there are certain evidences individually or collectively that indicate God, but they're not thinking of terms that all facts God has directed their parameters to reveal himself. So I agree with you on one point. It is redundant, and it could be phrased a little bit more clearly, but it's just simply making the point that in God's revelation, like it would be redundant if I said, how do we know God's revelation? By his revelation. Say, well, that's redundant. Say, yeah, that is.
Well,
that's right.
Well, that's circular. But if you're saying self-revelation of himself, I think that's more redundant than circular. Like it would be circular.
Well, what if I said,
God revealed himself.
well,
How do you know
it would
that?
be circular to say God's revelation of himself. What does himself refer to? God.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, when I DM'd you, it was just me nitpicking and.
Oh no, I'm not beating up on you. I thought that was a very good point.
You are. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. No. All right, you're gone. Bye bye.
Bingo. I got it.
Bingo. We're gonna play Darth Dawkins bingo, right?
That's what that whole interaction was for. I was trying to get you to say.
If that's what the criticisms are, keep them up, because it was a good point.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You're gone. The only person I don't have patience for is Tippy Bear. No, she's gone though. No, I'm just kidding.
Now, Darth, how does one respond to an atheist that says that they don't know that there is any ultimate foundation?
Well, that's just patently absurd, because every day they at a somewhat unconscious level, if they don't believe that there's something fundamental, ultimate, and absolute, then they wouldn't have any reason to believe in anything, because then everything would just be in a state of flux. Right? Everything would just be an ocean, a metaphysical ocean of change. Okay? So in order to evade the absurdity that everything is in flux, is that there is at least one thing that is fundamental and that is unchanging. And whatever that is, it implements what is regular along while granting the irregular. And Van Til calls that the principle of continuity and the principle of discontinuity. So the point is, what reason would they have to believe that what dogs are today, they are the same thing yesterday? Right? And we're not talking about what they're called by a label.
Problem of induction.
Right? So unless there is something that is fundamentally and ultimately regular and unchanging, securing what regularities are there, then the regularities that people appeal to then would not be instituted and secured by something, and therefore there would be no rational grounds to expect that any past consistencies would continue, even though they might appeal to a long series of past consistencies.
See, that's the two responses I get most from the atheists. They'll either say that they don't know that there's any ultimate foundation, or they'll say that the ultimate foundation is simply reality itself. That's
incoherent, because reality is an abstract set of concrete particulars. And so in order for something to be ultimate, it must be not only eternal. Do me a favor, delete that, because they attacked Mike Lindell, and they're just disgusting. Saturday Night Live, they're garbage.
I don't understand.
So let's go over when they say reality is ultimate, right? Whatever is ultimate is going to have to be eternal, absolute, unchanging, and in terms of its essential properties, and it's going to have to be the source of all possibilities. So you're going to have what is primary and then secondary states. If they say reality is ultimate, there's two errors right there, because then you have a plurality of things, two or more things that they're designating ultimate. But each of the two or more particulars in the set of reality would exist independently of each other. In order for any one thing to be ultimate, in order to be completely independent of everything, everything would have to derive and depend upon it. So, quote, reality, which is an abstraction, cannot be ultimate. It has to be something that is singular, that is the source and basis of any secondary or temporal states. In order to be completely ultimate, everything that is not ultimate would have to depend and derive on that. So for example,
whatever's ultimate has to be concrete.
Ultimate has to be concrete, not abstract, and it has to be the source of all possibility. So the set is not the source of all possibility. What they're saying is one particular out of the set of other particulars will be responsible for one or more states of affairs, and so on and so forth. But there's not any one thing that is governing what states of affairs are. So nothing would be ultimate. It would be incoherent. But they say that because they don't know what else to say. It is the number one go-to response of unbelievers when they don't know what to say. They'll either say reality or existence. Right? So then you ask them this, okay? We say reality is open. Say, are there any states of affairs that are contingent? What are they going to say? No. Well, if there are contingent states of affairs, then there has to be something primary and something secondary. If something's secondary, then how is any entity or grouping of entities within the set of being ultimate? Why is that in the set of being ultimate? Right? If something is by definition, if a state of affairs, let's say a cluster of two or more particulars, that the arrangement in a given time index is a contingency. Then if it's a contingency, why is it in the set of what's ultimate? Because whatever is ultimate isn't going to be contingent. So saying reality is ultimate is they're just demonstrating to you they just simply don't understand. They don't know what else to say. And when they deny that anything is ultimate, then what they're saying is there is nothing that is fundamental, singular, and foundational as to why anything is. So now what they have is a complete chance system, and not chance in the sense that it's random. We don't know what the nitty gritty is down at a lower level, but it's just like anything can happen. There is nothing in complete control that dictates what's possible and impossible. So if nothing's ultimate, then nothing can be impossible. And if nothing's impossible, you can't have intelligibility. So when the unbeliever decides to rebel against God's disclosure of himself, okay, in natural and special revelation, whether they realize it or not, they plunge themselves into an ocean of metaphysical confusion and absurdity, because there's no foundation, there's no grounding for anything. There's no concrete universal to bind any particulars together in any meaningful way. They say, oh well, sure we can talk about dogs and trees and birds. Okay, what imposes that? What keeps these things that you call birds all a part of a category, classes, or universals, as opposed to their cosmic doppelgangers? They'll say, oh, well, the laws of nature. Okay. Well, the laws of nature are plural. So a plurality cannot be ultimate. So is there something that imposes the laws of nature that's singular? You see, the farther we go back in their system, it turns into chaos. They cannot explain these things.
Yeah. And what gets me is sometimes when I go on these servers, there's people that claim to be Christians, and yet they're defending the atheists and saying that, well, they cannot know that God is the ultimate. And I'm like, why are you defending these atheists? You're supposed to know that God is the ultimate.
Well, because some of these people are they're atheists pretending to be Christians. I've run into some of these people. Okay. Like where they pretend to be Catholic, they pretend to be Christian, but they're really not. And they're just attacking your position while saying that they're a Christian just to rattle your cage.
Darth, what I don't understand is why these people get into philosophy in the first place. The whole reason that I got interested in it was because of truth, because of seeking truth, but it just defeats me. Or why these people...
Here's the problem. When you bring up this criticism, They know it's true, but they don't want to admit it. In a not God world, truth is ultimately and finally inaccessible and unobtainable. Why? Because they're in an open system. Anything can appear tomorrow that would falsify what you believe today, and then the day after that, something could appear to falsify that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a difference between being in an open or a closed system. In a God world, and by that I only mean the Christian God, right? Because all other God concepts cannot be God because they're not ultimate, they're not perfect, they don't have all great making properties. So they're just counterfeit pretenders.
What about Allah?
Allah is not perfect. Allah does not have all great making properties. Okay? Right? Allah is just a pathetically poor imitation of Christianity by some schmuck on the Arabian Peninsula by the name of Muhammad. Okay? And when you peruse through the Quran, it reads exactly like some guy was just making the stuff up off the top of his head. He couldn't even get, when he was criticizing the doctrine of the Trinity, he couldn't even get that right. Muhammad actually thought that Mary was a part of the Trinity, or the doctrine of the Trinity. Now, Muslims will deny this because if they don't, Islam is falsified. So they have to deny what is plainly there in Surah 4 and Surah 5. And when they deny,
go read that.
Well, before you read it, let me just go over it very briefly with you, right? In Surah 4 and 5, and I can give you the verses momentarily, right? It says, Allah is not the third of three, say not three, right? Now, it mentions Allah, but then it mentions Jesus, and then it mentions Mary, but then they deny that Mary is a part of the Trinity because they know if they do, Islam is falsified. But then the question is, if Mary is not being referenced as the third of three, then why is Jesus mentioned there? Because the Muslims cannot deny that the Christians were taking Jesus as, in some sense, God. So what they have to admit is that Allah was condemning the doctrine of the Trinity in Surah 4 and 5, and that he specifically mentions that the Christians were misappropriating Allah and Jesus as God, but that the third persona is conspicuously absent, is missing in action, but that Mary was just mentioned as an afterthought. But in Surah 5:116, it says, and when Allah will say to Jesus, did you teach the people to take you and your mother as gods? And then Jesus denied it. So that means that when Muhammad was speaking and Allah was supposedly giving him revelation, it was immediately in Allah and Muhammad's mind that the Christians were taking Mary as a god. But if Mary is not included in the criticism of the Christian doctrine of Trinity, that would make Mary a fourth god in these passages. So you would the criticism in the Quran would be that the Christians were taking, and this is the ad hoc maneuver that the Muslims take in order to insulate Islam from falsification. So what they have to say is that although Mary was being taken as a god by the Christians, as far as Muhammad knew, that the false doctrine of the Trinity, as far as the Christians were concerned, was Allah, Jesus, and then a third persona who's not mentioned, but then Mary is mentioned as an afterthought in these two passages, but not being included in the Trinity. But Muhammad and Allah were cognizant that Mary was being taken as a god, so that makes her a fourth god. So their ad hoc maneuver actually contradicts the Quran when it says say not three. But you see, they don't care. They don't care about these ad hoc maneuvers, just like atheists don't care about their lies, deceptions, their duplicities, their flip-flopping, because their ultimate goal is to preserve their worldview at all costs.
They also try to say that Muhammad is predicted in the Bible. I find that kind of ridiculous.
That's just moronic.
Wait, Darth, where did Jesus deny it? About Mary?
Surah 5:116.
Okay, right, okay. I thought you were talking about the Bible. I thought you said that's in the Bible, but okay.
Catholic traditionalist, yeah, I used to, a couple of years ago, was on the Calapian Club, but they recognized that Jack and his miscreant cult groupies were stalking and harassing me, and they decided that they would ban me. See, somebody who was obeying the rules, obeying the terms of service, but somebody who was violating the community guidelines and the terms of service they allowed him to say. That's the kind of group that the Callippian Club is.
What kind of arguments you use against like
Oh yeah, I
Marian
just
worship
hold
and
on,
stuff?
hold on a second. Why? It's because because our worship only belongs to God, not to a creature.
Right.
Catholic traditionalists. I clicked on the link and I'm still banned there.
Yeah, I could only find a few scriptures like what was it, Romans 8:26 and the other passage about like one mediator, Christ Jesus.
Just real quick, the God of Islam is autistic in eternity past. He cannot actualize relationality. That's the key feature of autism, where there's a deficit in one's capacity to actualize relationality. Okay, so there's nobody for Allah to actualize relationality with. So
Right.
he's an autistic person in eternity past. Now, whereas the God of the Bible, each member of the Trinity relates to the other two. Right. So one person relates to the other person of Trinity within the context of the third, and any two of the persons of Trinity that relate to each other will always be in the context of the third personal relationship. And it gets a little bit technical. It's not easy to understand, but it just means that God in eternity past, as one God, one being, but three co-equal persons, God can from eternity past fully actualize relationality, so God can be a maximal personal being in eternity, whereas the God of Islam can't. He would have to. There's a thing called great making theology. What is it? Great. I'm not quoting it right. Some great making properties theology, right? Where God is the greatest conceivable being, or greatest conceivable being theology, where and of course, the Bible teaches us that God is the greatest conceivable being. He has all great making properties, and where the properties where it is greater to have than not to have. So it would be greater to be fully and maximally personal than not to be, but Allah is not maximally personal. He would have to create in order to be relational. But you see, Muhammad didn't understand this. But when you tell this to Muslims, they don't care, because there's one among several stumbling blocks in their mind is that they just cannot swallow the fact that millions of their ancestors and countrymen and people in their same cultural ethnic background are all following a false cult. It's like trying to talk to a Mormon that all these Mormons are deluded.
Darth, was it you that said that when you a good question to ask Muslims is, do they have any fellowship or like relationality to God? Like, do they feel like that
Yeah,
personal
just
relationship?
ask him. Is Allah perfect? And they're going to say, yeah. Say, well, and to be perfect means that you're not lacking anything. So you say that God has all great making properties, and that he has properties that are greater to have than not to have. Well, is it greater to be personal than non-personal? Of course it is. Is it greater to be maximally personal than not maximally personal? Of course it is. But how can Allah be maximally personal when he has to create in order to actualize the relationality aspect of being a person? They don't care how devastating this is. They simply don't care. You have to understand that many of these people come from countries, or their relatives came from countries where if you challenged Islam, they would kill you.
Do you think it's possible they're actually worshipping like a real deity, or like a fallen angel or something like this?
Well, the
Because there
Apostle
must be
Paul
some.
says the Apostle Paul says all idols behind idols are demonic activity.
Or where is that? I really want to find that.
I'm
good
trying
one.
to remember where that is. Just Google, you'll find it in the New
yeah,
Testament.
I'll
I don't
search
remember which. It's in one of Paul's letters.
Sure. False idols.
Demons.
Yeah.
But an idol is just there's a demon behind it. Okay, demons are responsible
believe it.
for inculcating idolatries.
Yeah, it says 1 Corinthians 10:20. I imply that pagan sacrifice, that what pagan sacrifice is offered to demons and not to God. Yeah, I mean, I know that, but yeah, it would just make a lot of sense because there's some kind of power behind like there must be some kind of spiritual thing going on there. You know what I mean? Like it's in all these false religions.
Well, yeah, it's Satan and his cohorts that this is their intent, is to deceive as many people they can
Mhm.
and to bring people to hell. It's their purpose. They want as many people to be deceived
Yeah.
in any way they can. They don't care what you're deceived by. If they can get you to join an organization that pays lip service to the Bible and God, yet you're still going to go to hell, they'll do that. If they can get you to be an atheist, they'll do that. They don't care what deception you believe.
Amen.
What do you think about the God Delusion by Richard Dawkins?
Well, I haven't carefully read it, but I looked through it quickly, and it's just adolescent type of reasoning. William Lane Craig did a formal analysis of it in some lectures, and William Lane Craig is a renowned Christian apologist, theologian, philosopher, and it's just abysmal in terms of its reasoning. There are even atheists who recognize how terrible the reasoning is in that book. You know, the God of the Bible is the most horrible character in human history, blah, blah, blah. It's just Richard Dawkins' attack upon the God of the Bible is worse than adolescent reasoning. This is why Richard Dawkins doesn't debate anybody who's uh, have a great deal of
I read it,
expertise
and it seems
in
very
theology.
emotional.
Well, he's an emotional man. You just listen to him.
So angry about someone they don't believe in.
The Stroudian objection to Van Til. I'm not familiar with that. I just downloaded a paper that objected to Van Til on my phone yesterday. Let me see if that's by Stroud.
That's the objection I brought up the other day, hypothetically, to you that you answered. Well, attempted to answer. I'm not sure you did or not. Do you remember?
Just give me a second here.
Ooh. He just said that Darth tried and failed.
No, I said I'm not sure.
He just said.
I said Darth attempted to
Jimmy.
answer it. I don't know if he did or not. I've been thinking about
No,
it.
the critique of Cornelius Van Til that I downloaded yesterday, which I haven't read yet. No, that's not by Shroud. What's the Stroudian objection?
So I actually thought of this independent. I didn't even know this was a real objection. Well, to sum it up. Do you know how when people say that the laws of logic are true to the impossibility of the contrary, and you say, well, how do you know they're just not indefeasible? And how does that establish that they actually are the case? Just because they're indefeasible.
Yeah,
The Stroudian objection is the same thing for God. It's how do you demonstrate that God's the case rather than God's just indefeasible?
Oh, because even to predicate what is fundamental is going to have to be a mind who then institutes this world and has it operate according to certain parameters, without which there couldn't be intelligibility, there couldn't be predication. Oh, and by the way, we're not just saying that it's merely indefeasible. We're saying God has revealed Himself, and the very attempt to deny that, you can't argue that God hasn't revealed Himself. You can assert it, but you can't argue it. You can't defend it, because God would have to exist and construct this world to have it operate according to certain parameters for you to even reason. God would even have to exist in order to doubt anything. If God is not the ontological grounding, if God is not the concrete universal, if He's not the all conditioner, as Van Til puts it, then what would be the basis for doubt for anything? Because in order to doubt, there has to be no. That's just ridiculous. That it's not an argument. It's a mixture of induction, deduction. What does that mean, Shotgun? They need a verification principle.
Well, You basically, in my opinion, just completely answered it. Because that's how Bonson answered it. It's how Michael Butler answered it.
Well,
I,
well, hold on, just for full
go ahead,
disclosure,
please.
you know, I mean, people should know this. I mean, I actually taught this to Greg Bonson.
Yeah. What Stroud argues is that so even if and he wasn't arguing against Van Til, so he wasn't even arguing against the sort of worldview and scope transcendental arguments that we use. He was arguing against P.F. Strawson, and Strawson was trying to use a narrow form transcendental argument to try to prove that objects exist through time, even when we're not necessarily perceiving them or something like that. But anyway, Bonson and Butler go over this objection in their famous lecture series on transcendental arguments. But Stroud wants to say that if you prove conceptual necessity of a particular concept, like a concept is necessary to be able to think, that still doesn't prove that the
Just put it
concept
on
is
top.
true. And so to prove that the concept is true, you would need another argument, some sort of verification principle beyond the first argument. And if you can produce that, then what's the point of the transcendental argument to start with? So he had 3 or
Yeah,
4 criticisms of
you'd have to
transcendental
run that
arguments.
past me a couple of times for me to better understand it, but it doesn't really sound that good.
Yeah, I think you just had the good instinct to just like you answered it the way Bonson would anyway. So
That
I
critique
don't see
actually
it as a big problem.
that critique actually popped up, I think, in one of Eli's interviews. For Chris Bolt, I think he answered. I forgot what his answer was, but
Yeah.
I
Eli's
like
last
Chris Bolt's. Chris Bolt's a good guy. I like. Yeah, let's definitely listen to Chris Bolt. He's good.
yeah, because someone
Eli's
made that
last
critique in his channel.
podcast was Eli's last podcast was with Josh Pillows on this very topic, the Stroudian.
Oh, I'll have to listen to that.
Like the conceptual necessity is like ontological necessity. Is that like the critique? Shotgun? Or
yeah.
Well, I like what Van Til talks about. He said, unless there's an ultimate God who is entirely self-conscious of himself, then there cannot be any intelligibility for anything because we don't know. Nothing would mean anything. You couldn't draw any connections, correlations, anything between anything. Right? And so because God is entirely self-conscious about himself and omniscient and omnipotent and always truth revealing, he implements a plan by which the world is entirely revelatory of himself to man. Right? So it's a true dichotomy. Either at any waking moment, either we're going to conclude that all facts individually and collectively are revelatory of God because God has constructed this world to be this way, or all facts individually and collectively are not revelatory. Okay? And if they're not revelatory about what is fundamental, ultimate, or absolute, then therefore there could not be facts. There couldn't be. You couldn't connect the dots. You couldn't correlate anything. You couldn't talk about classes, categories, or universals. So you either have to just. It's actually quite simple. You either have to wake up. You know, let's say somebody's walking to high school someday and they're a teenager and they're walking to school. You're either going to have to decide that everything in this world reveals God, or you're going to have to decide that nothing in this world reveals God. But then if it doesn't reveal God, then you don't have grounds to reason for anything because there's no rhyme or reason why you're here. There's no reason of what anything you are or anything else is, right? There's no way to ground anything. And the point is this, is that nobody's neutral. You're either going to acknowledge that God is, and that by virtue that all facts, including our self-consciousness, are that God has constructed them to be reflective of himself, or it is not reflective of God. It's not revelatory of God. But then how could you decide what anything is? If the facts aren't implemented in such a way as to make us to know certain things, then why does anything mean anything? The answer is it won't, and it never will. Oh, that Borg skeptic show is on with that retard who was on last week. And you guys remember that last week with that mathematician? Oh, gosh.
What were you talking about?
Last week, there was an atheist on there who was just rambling like he was an idiot savant, mathematician, and he couldn't have a normal conversation where when I posed some questions to him, he just couldn't help himself but just go into some rant about mathematics.
Heavy on the mathematics nomenclature that no one understands.
Yeah.
Darth, have you heard of this one guy? You're familiar with the platform TikTok?
I know of it. I haven't been on it, but I know of it.
Yeah, there is this guy. I don't know if you've heard of it, but he's a pastor. He claims to be a pastor, and he was essentially making a video on TikTok about how Jesus was racist. I don't know if you've heard of that. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Oh gosh!
And it was referring to that one passage in which the woman was asking Jesus to heal her children, and Jesus said that children, right? He said essentially that food for the children was not meant for the dogs. I don't know if you've probably heard that verse.
Yep.
Atheists, object to that, and apparently that he made the point that calling that saying a dog was a racial slur. And that the woman apparently after this said, yeah, but even the dogs should eat the crumbs, and apparently that is supposed to be some kind of a she showed him moment.
It's a
And he
racial
repented,
slur.
he said, yeah, and then he went further to say that Jesus repented of his racism, and said that the woman was right.
Oh gosh!
It was so bogus.
Where do they grow these people?
Yeah, I'll try to find a video. I have it downloaded on my computer, but it's the file is too big. Maybe I can send it to you. Let me see if I can send it to you, like on a DM.
Darth, have you heard of the laryngeal nerve in giraffes?
You're too close to your microphone.
Sorry, my bad. Have you heard of Richard Dawkins using the laryngeal nerve to disprove intelligent design?
Yeah, that's lame. Has he even taken the time to see what intelligent design and creationists have responded to that?
What's the response?
Well, I'll give it to you in a nutshell. When we look at the recurrent laryngeal nerve, the nerve is a nerve that comes down from the spine into the chest cavity, and it branches off to the heart, it branches off to the larynx, but then part of the nerve that branches off to the heart then recurs upward again to the bottom of the larynx. It's called the recurrent laryngeal nerve. Well, the reason for that is because it has to do with embryological development. It also serves the purpose of a bit of redundancy for the larynx. Okay, so you have two nerve sources for the larynx. Right? Now, another thing is simply this. The recurrent laryngeal nerve in human beings and even in giraffes it doesn't show non-design. This is not a scientific argument. This is a theological argument that they're making, but they're not telling you it's a theological argument. What they're saying is, why would an omniscient God allow a circuitous route for a nerve when a shorter one would do? Okay. Well, whenever you design things, there are trade-off options. Thank you, One Way. Is that the same address as True North Talk? Is that the same address for the headquarters of Canadian Atheists?
Yep.
Oh, please. Tell me they haven't started this. True North Talk. He was asked, how many members do you have in Canadian Atheists? He goes, well, under 100 when he was questioned again, approaching 50.
7-Eleven.
Yeah, when you go to Randolph Richardson, who's an absolute buffoon as an atheist representative, he lists the headquarters mailing address. He says headquarters for Canadian Atheists. It's a P.O. box at a 7-Eleven. Now, when you say headquarters, that is leading the idea that you actually have a dedicated building, that it's a centralized location with other peripheral locations around whatever geographical parameters you're talking about. Okay, it makes no sense to call something headquarters if it's the only place. But Randolph Richardson is an absolute incompetent boob, and a deceitful one at that.
Yo. They're atheist evangelists, right, Darth?
Well, that's what they are. Yeah, they're all atheist evangelists. Many of them have a deep emotional rooted problem with this. This is a vendetta against their childhood upbringing for many of them.
Well, that says it right there. He's a pastor and he supports the LGBTQ community, so.
What does that tell? Of course, yeah.
Shows you they're not consistent with their own doctrine.
Can somebody tell me what the symbol is for TikTok? What is that supposed to mean?
It's supposed to be like a musical note.
That's the logo, right?
Yeah, it's the logo. Has anyone else seen that video of this guy? I don't know. I think it just came out recently or something, but I had seen this article.
Well, this True North Talk is a joint effort by Randolph Richardson, who is a boob, and Neil, the 604 Atheist, who's another boob. And Neil, the 604 Atheist, had previously stated on many occasions that atheism is that they're just unconvinced. But then, because they're very poor thinkers, then on one occasion a week or two ago, he said he's 99.99999999999% certain that God doesn't exist. And the reason why is that if there was a God, we would know about it. Now, the problem with that is that statement necessarily entails that all the facts that he's acquainted with, that he has decided or determined that they are not indicative of God, right? He said, if there was a God, he would make us know about it. Since we don't know, therefore there's no God. But saying he doesn't know there's a God means that he's already decided that all the facts that he's acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God as the precondition. The question is, how did he determine that? Well, the answer is he didn't, right? When the atheists say there's no evidence for God, they're making a vacuous statement that they cannot defend. Right? Do you know why atheists say all the time there's no evidence for God? It's because they have been waving the white flag, so to speak, of surrender, because for the last generation, they have stopped asserting there is no God. only on rare occasions will atheists assert there is no God. So what they will do is they'll say there's no evidence for God because they think that that's, instead of saying there is no God, they think that saying there is no evidence for God, that they can get away with that they don't have to defend it because they can just simply say, well, I don't see how it demonstrates God. Say, fine, I don't care how you see that, but when you say something is not evidence of something, you're going to have to back up that case. Just like if I was a homicide detective and we went in and I said that handgun is not evidence of a homicide, and the detective says, well, how did you determine that? And he says, well, because nobody has presented any evidence to me that it is connected. You would say, that's stupid. Then what you should say is it's simply indeterminate rather than saying it's not evidence. But even when they say it's indeterminate, that's already a bias saying that it doesn't necessitate referencing God. Well, how'd they determine that? The answer is they didn't.
Hey, Darth, I started reading that book you sent me, Icons of Evolution.
Yeah, how do you like it?
I didn't get too far into it yet, but I'm excited to read more about it. That's like my
great.
I like to talk about Christianity because I like evolution, and like I like trying to debunk evolution because I'm not completely sold on Christianity yet. We can talk about that later, but I definitely think that.
Don't you remember what Yoda said to you said you're not convinced of Christianity? I'll quote Yoda in The Empire Strikes Back when Luke said he wasn't scared. And Yoda says, "You will be."
I mean, dude, I think the Christian worldview and just the Christian lifestyle is just better objectively. Like, the things that you do in your day-to-day life will make you a better person if you just live a certain way. And I think that it's just like objectively true. You'll just live a better life if you follow these certain rules. So,
well, why do you think the Democratic Party in the United States, which is clearly more leans toward atheism, why they're so crooked and they cheat all the time? Okay? Why do you think it is the atheist leaders of the 20th century killed unimaginable numbers of millions of people? Because they all believed that God wasn't looking over their shoulder.
Yeah.
This lie that atheists tell that of all of the people, all these religious wars, very few, if any, wars were conducted in human history on purely religious grounds. The vast majority of wars have been geopolitical in nature.
I think it's like there's a statistic like 7% of all world wars were religiously motivated.
I don't even think it's that high.
Also, I wanted to point out that I'm pretty sure there's debate on this, but I'm pretty sure Hitler was a Christian. So you pointing out atheist dictators doesn't do much.
I don't know too much about it, but he there was something to do with Christianity in the Nazi Germany.
I'm not an expert on Hitler, but I did read a biography of him, and I did read Mein Kampf a long time ago. And my impression is that he is very much not a Christian. And I'm not just saying that to try to.
If you go to the Wikipedia article on Hitler's religious views, it's very informative, and it's pointed out there that although some of the things that he said lend toward a kind of pantheism, Martin Bormann, one of his closest allies and personal secretaries, was emphatic that Hitler was an atheist. So the point is this: I debated years and years ago.
That's not true.
What's not true?
Hitler brought that up in one of his speeches. I think it's long, but it ends by.
Oh, hold on a second. So you trust Adolf Hitler in his speeches to be truthful?
Yeah, I take that back. Okay, he could be lying, but there's so much info.
Okay. What was the date of the speech? Was it before he reached absolute power? Because you see, Hitler was trying to appease the masses. Do you know that Barack Obama, when he was running for president in the primaries, in one debate in the primary, he said, I will quote him, he goes, "I pray to Jesus every night." Now, was there anything in Barack Obama's political career to lead us to believe that he was a believer in Jesus Christ?
No,
Is it
not at all. Not at all.
okay? Well, okay. So the fact of the matter is that Adolf Hitler
Joe
made
Biden
certain
said
statements.
his favorite verse was John 16:3.
No, that was Al Gore.
Oh, Al Gore, my bad.
Yeah, that was Al Gore. Okay,
Joe
so
Biden probably couldn't even get it out.
Hitler did make
really
some
said that
positive
shit?
statements. Yes. What was I saying? Okay, so Hitler did make certain positive statements about Christianity in his public speeches, but this was for the purposes of gaining more popularity and acceptance of the masses, because Germany did have a lot of religious people in it. But,
but what does
what
it
people,
matter if he was a Christian?
So you're saying this is only before he gained power?
What it does matter is the point is simply this: is that Hitler, although certain people in the past, even Martin Luther, made terrible statements like about the Jews, Hitler, it wasn't really ever. There's no clear indication that he professed that he was a Christian. And the atheists who say that he was, these people are so sloppy, so careless. It is beyond repulsive how they present this stuff. For example, Christopher Hitchens said that the Third Reich had God on their belt buckle, says God is with us. What he failed to tell people is that motto on the belt buckle went back even long before World War I. Okay?
It's
So
like us
Martin,
having in God we are on our money.
yeah. So the point is, there's strong indication. Number one, Hitler was not a Christian, even what we would call today a nominal Christian of maybe liberal Protestantism. His some of the things that he said lend more toward pantheism and weirdo occult. Some of his ideology lended toward the occult and pantheism. But Martin Bormann, his personal secretary, was very clear in saying that Hitler was an atheist. Now, here's something you guys probably don't know, and this is a fact of history. It was unveiled in the Nuremberg trials that Hitler and the high people in the Nazi Party had plans ready to destroy all the churches once after the war was over. Okay? So
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a Christian, but he had sympathy towards Christians.
no, he only had sympathy towards certain groups because they would be useful for his consolidation of power or whatever he wanted to effectuate.
I don't know, I'm kind of suspicious of the Nuremberg trials. There's a lot of stuff floating around there of them using torture methods or whatever to get them to say whatever they want. I think that's why Hermann Göring killed himself, because he didn't want to confess.
Please, how old are you? How old are you?
It's just my suspicions, bro.
Okay, yeah. So you must be a teenager. Martin.
I am, yeah.
Hermann Göring was a terrible person. Or everyone in the top.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Of the night. No, I'm not suggesting that you did. I'm just saying these people were not tortured. Okay, there was a massive difference between the way the Allied forces regularly, with some exception, treated opposing forces. Now compare that with the Red Army. They were brutal with the people that they captured, especially the German soldiers. Brutal.
Yeah, but there was an actual Allied officer who bragged about it. I think it was American.
Yeah, there might have been some isolated instances. I don't think anybody would dispute that, but there was not an organized program of torture. Anyway,
I mean, it's up for dispute. There's no way to really know.
Anyway, we've seen the fruit of atheism in the 20th century, but the atheists now in the late 20th century and 21st century simply want to deny what happens when people who are rabid atheists get absolute unrestricted power. And you know what Richard Dawkins said? Richard Dawkins says there's no connection between the mass killings with atheism and Stalin, because why would somebody want to kill millions of people just because they lack belief in God?
Yeah, but that's not it isn't because they lack. It isn't. They don't kill people because they lack belief in God. Because they lack belief in God, they kill people.
No, they believe that people who are atheists believe that the end justifies the means. The only reason why certain atheists in Western civilization or in the United States are not vastly more ruthless is because of the still lingering influence of the Judeo-Christian heritage in North America and in the West.
And because of the Second Amendment, baby.
I'm your biggest fan, Darth. Gotta go.
Okay, well, don't forget to pay your monthly dues to the Dawkins fan club.
Darth, I'm gonna go read that book you sent me. Okay?
He's your biggest fan, Darth. He's watched all your debates. He's watched your Christmas album.
You know, that's like in The Incredibles. Incrediboy jumps into the passenger seat, and he says to Mr. Incredible, he goes, I know all your moves. I know all your catchphrases. I'm your #1 fan. And then Mr. Incredible ejects him from the
My
car.
home, buddy.
I love that scene. He goes, I'm your #1 fan. Boing. I love that.
You have a lot of haters too, though.
No, I do not. No, everybody loves me. Boy, you're really on a comedy roll tonight, One Way.
Where'd the McDonald's one go? I was looking at that.
I removed
it.
I
that was good.
No, I removed it.
That was funny.
Well, that's like
Billions
that
served at McDonald's.
That's like that Twilight Zone episode where the aliens land and they're trying to decipher the book. And some people were suspicious of the aliens, and other people said, "No, you're just paranoid. The aliens are here to help us with their technology." And the book, they cracked the title of the book, and it said "To Serve Man," right? And they're saying, you're just paranoid. And then when they finally the paranoia went away, and humans started going on the spaceship to go back to this other planet, somebody finished cracking the rest of the title, and they said it's a cookbook. To serve man. I wish I could get more on these atheist shows, and even when you do get on, they put you under such strictures. You really can't have a level playing field. Somebody go on to YFNA Atheist, your friendly neighborhood atheist on YouTube, and ask why Eric Murphy, a grown man, perms his hair. Can somebody do that for me? Ask him why he perms his hair.
I know the answer to that.
And also somebody says, ask Eric Murphy, what do you think of Darth Dawkins calling you? Yeah, do that. And also ask him, what do you think of Darth Dawkins calling you Eric Permboy Murphy?
Darth, I can answer your question.
Let me go on YouTube.
Yeah, why does a grown man perm his hair? Why would a grown man do that?
Because he's a suave wolf, that's why.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Super suave.
Yeah. Don't you love these guys who think they're cool and they're not?
Let me read the definition of suave. Charming, confident, and elegant.
Gosh, he's none
That's
of them.
Eric Murphy in a nutshell.
Oh my God.
Charming, confident, elegant.
No.
Eric Murphy, CCE. Charming, confident, elegant.
Perm boy.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. What?
That was Austin Powers.
Oh, okay.
We're making fun of Perm Boy Murphy because he's conceited.
I know.
Isn't that what being an international man of mystery is all about? But isn't that what being an international man of mystery is all about?
What the hell?
Yeah, but Austin Powers is straight as an arrow.
This sort of thing ain't my bag, baby.
He's weird, but I'm pretty sure he's straight.
I'll be honest with you. I've never watched the movie. I've seen clips of it, and I know it's pretty perverted. But you have to admit, I think the character is really funny. I think the Austin Powers category is very, very funny. And some of the lines are just so funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my underground lair.
My underground lair.
How can you be posting this? You never seen the movie. I never seen it either, but
Because I've seen lots of clips.
okay. You must have
But,
seen a lot of clips.
Well, when you got a channel changer, I'll watch a little bit, and then when it starts to get perverted, I'll turn it to something that's more
Aliens.
appropriate.
So I just logged into YouTube. First thing I see, aliens are real, says Harvard astronomer.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like he really found some propelling evidence that is just totally got to get out there that none of us know about yet. Vice News 3 days ago. Like, I really doubt that he has anything. It's probably just another one next to a 0 on the screen.
Well, it's just an appeal to, that the universe is old and it has, billions of star systems. So forth. Therefore, if you have enough trials, it's because he's drunk the Kool-Aid that evolution could happen. The number one reason why people believe in aliens is because they believe in the theory of evolution. That's why.
Yeah, because they live in... Yeah.
Did you guys read that book, Alien Intrusion, by what was his name? Young Earth creationist guy, works for Creation Ministries International. He wrote a book about aliens from a young Earth perspective, and they actually made a documentary about it recently, like a couple years ago, and it
Never heard
showed
of
in
it.
select theaters. Oh, what's the guy? I can't. It's bothering me that I can't remember his name. I've met him a couple of times. Daughter is super attractive too. I've got a whole story about that, but I won't go into that. She
How come so many atheist women are unattractive? Can you explain that?
I know, right?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
I was at this conference, and Hugh Ross, he's a popular. I'm sure you guys know who Hugh Ross is.
Gag me, gag me.
Yeah. Well, he was debating a young Earth creationist astronomer named Danny Faulkner. Well, after the debate, because it was primarily young Earth people at the conference, everybody just storms around Hugh Ross, and he graciously, stood around to accept to talk to everybody, to argue with everybody. Well, I'm waiting patiently for my turn, trying to be polite, and I was working up a pre-sup argument I was going to run on Dr. Ross. All of a sudden, this young blonde firebrand comes pushing through the crowd, like puts her finger in Hugh Ross's face, and she's like, "You don't know what you're talking about." They're all from Australia. I'm like,
hey,
oh,
mate,
man.
you don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know. And she had the she was working for CMI. She had like the shirt on. She was setting up at the table. Gary Bates. Gary Bates is the guy who wrote the book, and he's now the president of CMI. But it was his daughter, and I was just like, man, whew, I am in love. But I was too scared.
I'm gonna be a judge of your taste in women. I'm gonna look up Gary Bates, see if we can find a picture of his daughter.
Gary Bates' daughter found it. No, I'm just flying.
Oh, I hope that'd be nice. She might still be associated.
Okay, all right. I know him. I've seen videos of him before.
Hold on, Darth. What's that guy? You want me to comment on his video? What's his YouTube channel again?
YFNA, your friendly neighborhood atheist. I'm not
Why
finding
funny?
Gary Bates's daughter here, so if somebody finds the picture. I want to see if
Okay.
I want to see if Shotgun has good taste in women.
So which video do you want me to comment on?
Oh, I think they're gone. Eric Permboy's not. It's too late now. They're off. The stream ended.
Hey,
Yeah.
so which comment or which video do you want me to post this comment on?
What are you talking about?
YFN Atheist or the guy that with the mullet or no the perm guy?
No. He's gone. They're not live anymore.
Oh, damn it.
That's okay. They'll be on again.
All right. Well, next time let me know.
It's just sometimes sometimes I get banned from these posts and stuff.
Well, whatever I can do to support you, I'll do because I think it's great. I think you're doing a good thing.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. All right,
And
let's
you've reviewed
see.
the Bible. I want to quote scripture like you guys do. It's pretty good.
And I'm going to type in Gary Bates, CMI, and family.
I hope you can find a picture of her. That'd be funny. His book is really good. It was a bestseller for a while. And
Do
then
you
they made that
remember? Do you
documentary.
remember what his daughter's name is?
I do not. I do remember that she worked for CMI, and I think
Was it Frances?
I don't think so. She was blonde.
Was her name Louise Bates?
That doesn't sound right
I
either.
think there's a daughter. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no. Louise Bates Ames died in 1996, so that wouldn't be it. Okay, both he and his wife Frances have been involved. Okay, there's his wife's first name.
I think I ended up asking Hugh Roth something about sin. You know, how could I mean he has all of his talking points though.
He's a weasel. He's a real slippery, sleazy weasel. Yeah, I'm not finding anything here. No.
Well, if you find her and she's still single, let me know, because I'll fly to Australia.
Yeah, I just see a picture of him and his wife. No, I can't find it.
Oh, I'm actually thinking about going up to the big Kinham's Noah's Ark up there at some point. in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, sometime in the next couple of years, I think I'm going to go out there just for kicks.
I've been to the Creation Museum a couple of times. It's really fun. It's
The atheists love going there, doing videos, mocking and goofing.
yeah, and it's not as much of an academic type of place as I was hoping the first time. Like it's more of like you could tell it's marketed for kids, but it's for adults too, but it does have a lot of information and stuff, but it's not like, I was hoping for like the latest expositions of scientific models from young Earth biologists and whatnot, but it was good, and the bookstore was just insane. Like that's what I loved the most was the bookstore. Just titles I'd never even heard of. Um, but yeah, I think I'm gonna go back. Go back soon.
Somebody said Eric doesn't get perms. Yeah, right. Yeah, I have a picture of him from several years ago.
I asked, and he said his answer was because he's Mexican.
He said he permed it, or his hair is curly because he's Mexican.
No, I asked on the YFTN stream, why does Eric get perms? And he said, I'm Mexican.
No, there's a picture of him with completely straight hair from several years ago. Here, I'll get it for you. Hold on. All right, look in Atheist Helpline. Now click on it. See that?
I'm agnostic, Darth. I'm not an atheist.
Yeah, that's definitely not curly.
Okay. Well, he said things in the past that indicate he swings both ways. If you catch my drift.
Yeah, I got you. He's LGB.
Well, his girlfriend, who looks like Ellen DeGeneres, is the same way. Yeah, I mean, we had two people call in yesterday to talk Schmeathans, and it's just amazing. Tonlock called in, Jay Robin called in, and the level of obtuseness that they show is it's unbelievable.
Was Todd Locke on Talk Heathen to get in?
He was on last Sunday, yeah.
How did he do?
Hey, they treated me very unfairly. They wouldn't let me explain why every claim that you make is dependent upon a worldview. or why when they talk about necessity that it's going to be in terms of my worldview. I was trying to explain, they wouldn't let me explain.
What they do is they don't really let you get your point out. They just look for an opportunity as soon as they can to split hairs, go down definitions. They won't allow any statement to stand. They're idiots. They think they're smart and they're not.
Just paraphrasing the whole exchange, he was essentially saying it's the issue of logical necessity. Is that true? He was basically trying to say is it true independent of a worldview? It would just follow necessarily. And because I didn't separate that from my worldview and I didn't answer it in the way they wanted me to, he
Yeah,
hangs
what
up
they
the
do
phone.
is if they don't like what you're saying, they will just railroad you into a semi-related rabbit trail and don't let you get out. Okay. Look, these shows are phony. They're not. They don't really want open questions.
What shows are you talking about?
Talk
Are you talking
Heathen, Atheist Experience with Matt Dillabloviator.
Okay. Is it Matt Dillahunty?
Actually, it's pronounced Matt Dillabloviator.
Okay. How big is he? Is he big?
I don't know. He used to be fat, but he's not anymore.
No, not like that. I mean, how popular is he?
Yeah, he used to be really pudgy. Now he's not.
145K subscribers. Wow. Wow. These people are popular.
And look, do you know the minute mark of when you were on, when they fielded your call? Trying to find it. I want
The
to
what
listen to it.
mark?
The minute mark of the video.
Oh, I'll give it to you in a second. I think I still got the video up in my tab somewhere.
Take your time. Thank you.
Go to around an hour, 29 minutes, and 5 seconds.
Going now. Thank you.
Yep.
Your biggest video is Destiny.
Yeah, that had like 450,000 views.
Yeah, 480. I just typed in Darth Dawkins on YouTube. How do you justify your belief? Debate with Darth Dawkins.
Just so you should know,
486.
when you do that, listen, you should know that there are atheists out there that are just making up crap, false accusations about my personal life.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, look, dude, they're going to do whatever to get famous or get like.
Well, I know. I'm just letting you know that the accusations about my personal life on some of these web pages are
Dude,
false.
I know you better than that. Don't worry, man. It's not going to change what I think about you.
No, I'm not worried about that. I tell anybody who says they do a search on Darth Dawkins.
Replace God and all of Darth's arguments with the word leprechauns, and they work exactly the same. What?
Well, you see, here's where they're really stupid, because then what they're talking about is God, but they're just calling him a leprechaun.
Yeah, no, I know it's not an argument. I'm just saying, like,
it shows how stupid they are.
They all are funny guys in their own worldview.
And atheism?
Yeah, well, it's just like this is like how Reddit is. They all just like laugh about how much they hate Trump or something. And in this case, they're all
the
like,
comments. All the comments on debate videos have the atheists they're just psychotic.
Yeah.
Atheists? How are atheists psychotic?
Oh,
well, listen to what I just said. I said, well, first of all, I can defend that, but what I did say was that the vast majority of atheist comments that are dealing with YouTube pages that have my debates on it, that they just post this just Darth derangement syndrome hatred. They're psychotic in their hatred toward me.
You know, people online, especially our generation or the new generation.
Now, how
they
are
will.
atheists psychotic? Atheists are
Wait, what?
psychotic in the sense. I'm trying to answer you. Atheists are not psychotic in their day-to-day life, but they're psychotic in the sense that they, in order to maintain their atheism, they have to actively violate their own criterion of belief, which they refuse to acknowledge, and that atheism is, on its own terms, not coherent. Okay. It's very easy to destroy atheism. It's a cakewalk.
All right, can you destroy atheism for me?
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. Why are you an atheist?
Why am I an atheist? Because I choose to believe in facts and evidence that has happened in my life. You know.
Yeah. Let me just tell you a little bit. Okay. Listen to me carefully. Okay. You're welcome on the server. You're welcome to disagree as the day is long. But if you give trollish responses, you'll be 1 inch closer to me either kicking or banning you from the server. All right? Okay. So if I ask a serious question, I expect a serious answer.
I just
don't
think he's
expect you
incapable of
okay,
it.
please don't overtalk me.
Sorry.
Okay. I expect you to answer the question that I ask. I don't expect you to agree with me or give me an answer that I will agree with. But if you give me a smart ass response, after a couple of those, then I'm just going to kick you or ban you from the server. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm old enough to be your grandpa. Okay. So you can call me Boomer. Right. Say, okay, Boomer. Right. So why are you an atheist?
Why am I an atheist? Because I choose to believe in stuff that can be supported by facts.
Okay. You're banned. Okay. I warned you. Okay. He's
Oh
gone.
my god, no.
Okay.
Holy
Now,
shit.
okay, when he said that the first time and I gave him a response, didn't I make it clear to him that that was just a trolling response?
Yeah.
Okay, and so I asked him again. I warned him. I told him what my disposition was. I said, just troll me. I'm going to bounce, ban, or kick you, right? And he repeated the same thing again. It was basically F you, Darth. Okay,
What did
fine,
he say
good.
again? He said, what did he say?
We
It was
didn't give him
nothing.
the bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You're done. You're done. Look, I'm more than okay with somebody telling me I'm wrong, right? But
They gotta
don't
have
come
an
in here.
argument, right?
Don't come in here. No, they don't even have to argue. Don't come in here and behave like a jerk. Don't troll me. Okay? You want to troll? Go onto some other server. Now, I warned him. I go, don't troll me. Okay? Just answer the question. It's okay if I don't agree with the answer, but don't troll me. So I ask him the question again, and he repeats the same thing all over again. So he's trolling. So bye-bye. Now, to show you I'm hard-hearted, I'll remove the ban, but he can get back in here. But people shouldn't troll.
Tonlog, are you in a slot machine?
Someone's playing a game on my computer.
Okay.
I forgot I was even unmuted.
Remember when you used to fall asleep snoring on mic?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
You guys want to hear how insane the Democrats are?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What would they think of next?
Nancy Pelosi reappoints Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell to the Intel Committee despite the fact that he was having a sexual relationship with a certified Chinese spy. Okay?
Yeah, true
You see
evil.
you see that this is pure evil. She reappoints a congressman who was being used by a Chinese spy, and he gets reappointed to the Intel Committee. When Fidel Castro died, I was happy the day I heard that, and when she dies, I'm going to be happy as well.
You can't make this shit up, Darth.
No, you can't. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
I mean, you could, but it would be fucked up. It's clown world, dude. America is going down the hole.
No, it's not.
I'm moving to Texas.
I'm in Florida.
Yeah. I'm in New Jersey.
I had a good buddy who lived in Florida for 10 or 15 years, and he finally retired, and he moved to another state. He moved to Tennessee. He said Florida was just too crowded.
This comment on your video with Destiny, all he says is, "It's like arguing with tech support." What the? And it has like 1,000 likes. Apparently, you're like arguing with tech support, Darth.
Well, watch. Okay, if you want to see a great video, go onto YouTube. Go to Paul Ross, his YouTube channel, and see his abridged version of the Darth Dawkins Destiny interaction. Go to that video. It'll knock your socks off because he removes a lot of the extraneous talking and just getting down to the salient points. Go watch the video. It's very short. And it just shows Paul Ross.
Paul Ross. Someone is it? It's not Carlos versus Darth Dawkins.
No. It'll say Darth Dawkins versus Destiny.
Okay.
By the way, Carlos is a troll. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know if Paul Ross is a friend of our server here. He does great videos.
I think I'm gonna program a AI it's gonna be the Darth AI, and it'll be like Siri. You ask it a question, it'll give you the Darth Dawkins response.
Yeah, Supreme Leader. Go to Paul Ross's channel and watch that video that he has of me and Destiny. You're gonna love it. It's just a condensed version of it.
I got it up right here.
It's really good. The way Paul Ross does great videos.
Do you want me to stream it?
If you want, sure.
All right, hold on. I'll stream it. 1 sec.
I don't think it's that long. Paul does great visuals, voiceovers, and he also keeps the videos short, not too long.
Hey, I'm gonna need permissions to stream.
I don't know what permissions to give you.
Yeah, I need permissions.
Sorry.
Don't know what role to give you. Let me try
Um,
Let me try super active. Okay, see if that works.
Awesome. Yeah, I got it. Let me pull it up. Hey, I'm on here every morning.
Yeah, I know. I I know.
Here we go. It's gonna be funny. Alright, let me pause it at the start. I'm gonna stream it now. Whoever wants to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it again. I've seen it before, but it's worth watching. believe. Knowledge is a subset of belief. So the real question is, does one believe that it is necessary to reference God as the precondition of all facts? Every agnostic will have to say, I do not believe it is necessary to reference God as the precondition of facts. And if one affirms that, which every agnostic will have to if they're going to be logically consistent, then to believe it's not necessary to reference God as the precondition of all facts logically entails that God cannot logically coexist in that world, right? Because they are believing that there are facts that exist independently of God. And if a fact exists independently of God, then God cannot logically coexist. So agnosticism is an indirect denial of God while making an outward claim that they're not.
I mean, I think that's kind of a stretch insofar as like I don't think that a lot of people who say they don't know.
I can't see who's talking.
Sorry.
Okay, hold on. I got you. Go ahead.
Put on screen. Can you put on screen so I can see everybody?
Hey.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so I don't like sometimes people don't understand this analysis. So let me just run through it one more time, okay?
Sure.
So in order to understand the analysis, we have to understand, first of all, the difference between a God world and a not God world, right? In a God world, all facts would necessitate referencing God. All facts would be dependent upon God. In a not God world, no facts would necessitate referencing God, and all facts would be independent of God. Why? Because God doesn't exist. They simply exist for some other reason.
But
So
isn't that why agnostics are considered fence sitting in most cases? Because they're just kind of like in like a holding pattern as far as being intellectually honest on the topic.
Well, it's an outward claim of neutrality, but upon examination of the position, they're not neutral. You can be neutral, let's say, if there's water on Mars. But you can't be neutral about God because God is in the category of what is fundamental and ultimate. So if you claim to lack belief in God, then whatever other facts that you assert, then they will exist independently of God, right? Now
Hold
on.
as far as
that's only if your definition of God is that.
Right.
Now, if your definition of God is not that, then we have a problem.
Like,
there's only two definitions of God that one could be using. Okay. Definition.
Okay, go ahead. We listen.
Okay. There's only two definitions of God. Right. The first definition is where God will be designated to be ultimate, the source of all possibility. A second definition of God, which you could have within that realm, a variant of God views, is that whatever God you're talking about, that God would be not ultimate. So, for example, one person's God who's not ultimate might have a beard, and another person's God who is not ultimate may be yellow, all right? But the fact of the matter is all of them would be in the category of not ultimate. So there's only two basic fundamental views on God, that God is either recognized or conceptually that is, right? We're not talking about somebody accepting that God actually exists. We're just saying for the sake of argument, God will be conceptualized as either being ultimate, meaning he's the source of all possibility, or God will not be ultimate and the source of all possibility.
I mean, how does polytheism square with that, where you have gods that in which like none of them are necessarily ultimate, but each of them are necessary for like the sake of the pantheon?
Yeah, in polytheism, because there's a multiplicity of gods, those gods will either be considered to be eternal or temporal. If they're temporal, then by definition they can't be ultimate. If the plurality of gods are going to be each considered to be eternal without beginning, then they could not be ultimate. And the reason why is in order to be ultimate, whatever is ultimate, anything else that is not ultimate would have to depend or derive from what is ultimate. So if there are, let me finish, okay? And then after I finish this, if it's not clear, we can go over again, because this is not something that's easy to get your head around, right? But once you understand it, it's easy, right? What is ultimate will be the source of all possibility. So if we have two gods that are to be considered eternal, but then they would be independent of each other, okay? Neither one of them derive from each other. So that means then that either one of them could not be ultimate, because for, let's say, God A, God B exists independently and doesn't derive from A, and vice versa. So neither one of them could be ultimate. They would be designated to be eternal, but they couldn't be ultimate because there's another entity that exists independently of that God. In order to be ultimate, everything that is not the ultimate God, everything that's outside of that would have to depend and derive on the ultimate God.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I got you.
like, that's what I'm saying with the theism with Haiti. Like, all of these loa they're not derived from an ultimate God, but they help make the world go round.
Right,
So,
but then the point is, then they would just simply be creatures that you call the name God, but they wouldn't be God with a capital G, in that they're ultimate and the source of all possibility. So the only difference is they would be simply creatures that may be disembodied and have more powers than you, but they would be creatures just like you are.
But
Okay,
so,
I want to. Go ahead, Luz. Go ahead.
my problem is with the totality of the nature of an ultimate anything. Like, I feel like that you're taking like a really, really broad thing and not allowing it to be like fractured. Like what if
Then it
you
would,
have an
then
ultimate?
when you say fractured, what do you mean?
Well, like, again, like, what if there's an infinite amount of gods who all have equal powers and domains proportionate to one another? Like, what then?
Then they wouldn't be God. They would be creatures.
Well, fine. Well, then what if all you have is creatures who created all things? What if
No,
I mean,
that would be that's a contradiction in terms, what you just said.
well, again, that's the problem with gods.
They couldn't. Well, listen. Let me just clarify something to you, right? If we have, let's say, for the sake of argument, we have 4 eternal entities,
Mm-hmm.
and as an example of what you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
each of those eternal entities, we'll call them God A, B, C, and D, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would each exist in and of themselves without derivation or dependency. So A would be completely independent of B, C, and D, and all 3 of them would be independent of the other 3. So you couldn't say that they create all things, because God A. Let me just finish. God A did not create B, C, and D, or any other all stuff. He might create all other stuff, but he didn't create B, C, and D. So he didn't create all things. He only created some things.
Sure. I mean, but that's still like.
But you said these 4 gods created all things. That's a contradiction.
Well, no, I mean to say that whatever they they didn't each create all things. They each created the thing that their domain is responsible for.
Okay, so they either create. I'll be brief. Okay, right.
Mm-hmm.
Either each of these gods created all things that are not itself, or they created some things.
Right. No, okay. That's what I mean. I mean to say that each of these things created some things, and thereby in totality create the whole. There's no way to distinguish like one from many in that sense. Like what works for one in that abstract works for many in the very same abstract.
But there would be nothing that would be ultimate then.
Well, yeah, that's fair. Fine. So what?
But then if nothing is ultimate,
right,
then what you have is a system where anything can change at any time. So there's not one
Sure.
singular thing. Let me finish, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you don't have an ultimate, and that ultimate has to be singularly ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't have a singular ultimate, then you don't have one thing that is instituting and securing and controlling everything.
Right.
So what A might introduce, B might take away.
Sure. I mean, unless
So
it's
then
inherent to their nature that they must be
then
harmony.
what you have is a chance system.
Sure. Perhaps.
And if you have a chance system,
Okay.
then if you have a chance system, then you are hopelessly in a situation that you can never know that anything is absolute.
Sure. Okay. So I
And
really don't see.
if nothing can be instituted to be absolute, and nothing can be known to be absolute, it will destroy all human ability to have intelligibility.
I don't think that's the case. I think it makes
it necessarily follows.
I mean, okay, if you say so, but I mean,
okay. If we have a singular ultimate that is in control, right, and we say that ultimate is a mind. I know I'm trying to give you a thought experiment to show you what will happen in the absence of a singular ultimate. So we have to start first with the thought experiment of what will be when there's a singular ultimate, and then we can show you what happens when there's not a singular ultimate. So with a singular ultimate that is a mind, it institutes the world according to its plan. So it controls everything. Now, when you don't have a singular ultimate, you have not one of the personas that are in complete control. Therefore, nothing could ever be absolute.
Sure.
Okay, hold on.
Now,
Darth.
if nothing is absolute, then everything is in flux. And if
Sure.
everything's in flux, there cannot be intelligibility.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
it means
hold on.
intelligibility
I
is
wanna
tentative.
hold on. I wanna ask him a question. So, I'm trying to get back on topic with the whole agnostic or atheist thing. You said that you're a Christian theist, right?
Yes.
Darth?
Yes.
Okay, so what we all want to hear is we want to hear like, okay, so do you believe that the Bible is true, or like do you take the Bible as like literal truth, or is it just some of it is metaphors and symbolism and some of it is true, and like how do you interpret the Bible?
I take the Bible that God communicated in plain language using 40 different people who spoke in ordinary language to communicate certain basic truths. Now, sometimes metaphors are employed, but in all human language, we employ metaphors. But we don't say that something is figurative until we have a compelling contextual reason to say so.
I mean, so when we're talking about the angel that guarded the way back to paradise, that with a flaming sword after the fall of man, are we talking about metaphors, or are we talking about literal celestial entities with fire swords?
I take that in its plain language that was real.
So you believe that happened actually? That actually happened?
Yes.
That's stunning. I mean that just
why is that stunning?
Because it reads like Dr. Seuss to me. Like
exactly.
Okay. Well, here's the problem. It reads like Dr. Seuss to you because you're probably a materialist. Am I correct?
Yeah. I mean, I gotta say.
Okay. Well. Here's the problem then. Here's the problem with materialism. Okay. Because when you say it reads like Dr. Seuss, what you're saying is, well, this sounds like magic or a fairy tale. But when you're a materialist, then you cannot identify why anything is off limits or impossible. Now,
okay,
you can do, let me finish.
Go ahead. I got you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As a materialist, you will believe that some things are improbable or off limits. But as a materialist, you will never be able to defend that anything is impossible. So if you cannot defend, let me for one more sentence. If you cannot defend or instantiate anything is impossible, then you cannot say any particular state of affairs is off limits.
I can say that I don't know how something is possible, and that's
no.
fair.
I said impossible. No, I said
sure,
impossible.
Sure. All things are possible that are possible, but if
no. Listen, is anything impossible?
Yeah, I would imagine that the word would have to exist for a reason.
Okay, all right. Well,
There's
I understand.
a lot of things that
I
might be
understand that you
impossible.
believe that some things are impossible, but what I want to know is, what is it at a fundamental, foundational level in your worldview that will institute and secure why anything is impossible?
I don't really deal in absolutes in that sense. Like I don't like, if you can prove that it's possible, then by all means, like, you know.
No. You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Okay,
If you're going to object to any particular scenarios in the Bible because it's supernatural, right? You will either conclude that it's impossible, or you will conclude that it's improbable. Am I correct?
I mean, sure.
Hold on. I think
now, in order to conclude that, your model of reality is going to have to show why anything is impossible.
I mean, it's impossible to stab yourself in the heart and, you know, kind of still survive after 72 stabs. But if you want to try,
Okay, all right. Let's see that. Why is that? Why is that impossible?
Are you trying to prove
in a world? Okay, in a world. Okay, what you're stating is something that you believe to be impossible.
So how is it
what you
possible?
need to explain it? I'm trying to listen to me. I didn't say it was
So
possible.
you're saying that
Okay, may I finish, please? I'm trying to explain to you. I understand that you believe that that's impossible, right? Now, what I'm asking you from your worldview, if you're going to object to anything that is miraculous in the Bible because you think it's impossible or improbable, then you're going to have to show in your worldview what it is that fundamentally grounds why anything is impossible. Because if you don't,
hold on.
Let me finish. I didn't finish.
Go
If
ahead.
you don't show, if you don't explain why anything is fundamentally secured to be impossible, then you can't object to any states of affairs.
That's not true. That's
what I just said. Listen, what I just said necessarily follows.
You're necessarily incorrect. Like, that's simply
okay. All right, I'll explain to you why. I'm going to explain to you why.
Hold on. I want to ask you a question about the Bible because, like, okay, do you understand?
Can I finish answering him first?
Supernatural. Did he
Can I
ask you a
answer him
question
first? Yeah, I'm trying to point out to him that if you're going to object to any situation or state of affairs in the Bible because you deem it to be magic or supernatural, right? Then you're going to have within your worldview something that fundamentally, at the foundation of your worldview, that would prohibit something being possible. So you're going to have to show us what it is fundamentally in your world that makes anything impossible. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then you don't have grounds to say any state of affairs is impossible. You might believe things are impossible, but you won't be able to ground it.
But it doesn't matter. It matters if it's true.
But Darth.
Can you repeat back to me what I just said?
Hold on. Darth.
Sorry, man, I was writing it down.
Darth, wouldn't you agree that supernatural claims require supernatural evidence? Like, do you agree with that?
No.
You don't agree with that?
Do extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence?
That's Hitchens' razor. Okay.
But no, hold on. Like, I'm asking you, do you believe that the extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? Yes or no?
No, that's a cliche from Christopher Hitchens. No.
No, it's just a yes or no question. Yes or no? No?
I answered no. I said no.
Okay, so like, what if I'm asking you, like, what if somebody came up to you and said, hey, you know, I have a God, and this God had a prophet, and this prophet flew to heaven on a fucking flying horse, cake monster thing. Would you, like, what would you say to that? Because they can believe
I would say that is contrary to my worldview.
So it's arbitrary then.
You would
No.
say it's contrary to your worldview?
No, that's not arbitrary. Okay, everybody has
But
a
how-
worldview, and I'm trying to answer you. Okay, everybody has a worldview. They have a model of reality. They have a web of beliefs, and from those interconnected beliefs, they make decisions as to what they will believe is true or false, plausible or impossible. But that is based upon their model of reality. So if you tell me that there's a state of affairs that's inconsistent with my model of reality, then I will reject it. On the other hand, if you tell me something that's consistent with my model of reality, I'll believe it.
So basically, you're saying that you're just going to keep your beliefs. They're set in
Right.
stone for you.
Right.
No, everybody has a model of reality, and from that model of reality, they decide whether beliefs are believable or not.
But that's what I'm saying. Your model of reality is basically what you're saying is, if my model of reality says that Jesus was born from a fucking rock, bam, the rock opened and bam, that's how Jesus came. That's my model of reality, and it's my belief, and it's written down in the book, and my whole country believes it. It's the institution of my country, and I come to you and I tell you the same thing. You're gonna reject it because it's not your model of beliefs. So what you're saying is your belief.
Hold on.
What you're saying is your belief is your belief. Nobody's gonna change it.
No, beliefs are part. Okay, beliefs are a part. Everybody, you don't have one single belief that is separate from other beliefs. All beliefs are interconnected, like a spider's web. Those interconnected beliefs are a part of a model of reality. So when I don't accept a particular belief, it is either because it's inconsistent with my worldview, or it's inconsistent with some of my beliefs that are a part of my worldview.
So in other words, your beliefs are your
hold up.
beliefs.
Let me ask you a question. Do you care if what you believe is objectively true?
Thank you.
Yes, I do care that it is objectively
Okay,
true.
now I know now. Right. Lou can explain it. Lou can explain this better than I can, but I want to take a stab at this. So if you say that you care whether your beliefs are objectively true or not, how do we what is the best method to get objective truth in this reality or universe, whatever you want to call it? How do we get what is our most reliable tool to get to objective truth?
We're going to have to ultimately rely on how God creates this world and grants us the ability to know things.
Right.
I'm trying. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm trying to answer you, and I'm getting cut off. Can I finish?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. See, what you're asking is called epistemology. It's our theory of knowledge. How do we know what we know? Now, since I hold to the Christian worldview, my epistemology, my theory of knowledge, will be derived from my Christian worldview. Now, if you don't hold to the Christian worldview, then your theory of knowledge, how we come to know things, will be based upon a non-Christian model of reality. So you shouldn't be surprised. Let me finish. So you shouldn't be surprised when I tell you that my theory of knowledge is directly connected and depends upon my Christian model of reality. And the same is true for you. Your theory of knowledge will derive from your model of reality.
That all sounds quite
okay, but hold on. Let me ask.
it.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you another question. Like, could you be wrong about this? All of this?
Be wrong about what?
I'm asking about
your worldview.
Could your worldview be wrong? Like, could you be incorrect on this?
No, and the reason why it can't be wrong is because if it were wrong, then the very concept of truth and wrongness couldn't have. You would have access to that. The Christian. I'm trying to answer you. Okay? I'm trying to answer you.
That's terrible, Darth.
That's not even an answer.
No,
you're not going to let me answer.
Let him finish. Go ahead. We listening.
Okay.
It's horrible.
In my worldview, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think it's a good answer or not, I have to answer you from my worldview, not your worldview, because I don't accept your worldview. right? So my worldview, the Christian worldview that starts with the God of the Bible, he is the source and basis of all things, including knowledge.
Okay, so you telling me
Well,
you
actually,
can't be
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Actually, it's more than presuppositional. This is biblical theology, sir.
Right.
Okay?
I want to. Okay, but
we're not
you.
asking in the
So,
biblical
It's
tense.
one kind of Christian theology because there's
so you
lots of
telling me?
kinds of
No, not if you read any
hold on.
systematic. Let me just answer him.
No, hold
If you
on. I want
if you
to
read any system,
I want to ask you a question. Hold on. Shit. You don't want to be cut off, but you keep cutting in. You ain't being brief. Like we answering and stopping. You got to answer and stop so we can address and unpack what you said. I want to ask you a question. When I asked you, could you be wrong? And you just sat here in front of all these people and said no.
Like
And we looking and we like, what? Like, how arrogant of you. You telling me you can't be wrong about this? You telling me so you the only person that got the 100% objective truth about reality and God. You what your Nobel Peace Prize is?
It's an unwillingness to be
This man just
wrong.
sat here. He just sat here and said he can't
bonkers.
be wrong about all this. Are y'all
So
in the chat? Are
I'm
y'all hearing this man?
presented with the facts, he will reject it. That's what he said. So I
Right,
don't even
two-
want to talk to him no more.
2 + 2 is 5. What can you do with this?
You can't
Exactly.
talk to
That's-
him no more.
And that's what Kid was saying. She basically saying, like, I believe that God came from a rock, and you can't tell me I'm wrong because you said all of us got our own fucking beliefs, and everybody's worldview is their worldview. Okay, but that's why I asked him, do you care if it's true or not? Because the moment you say, okay, well, I want to believe as many true things as possible, now we got to figure out, okay, what is the best way to get to that objective truth?
Because you can take his line of reasoning and slap it onto every single mythology you want to.
Exactly. You can believe any fucking thing.
And as long as you sit there and declare ultimate supremacy, you win. It's absolutely disingenuous.
First of all, can we school these people, Rico and Supreme
Rico,
Leader Kim?
please.
Rico won't join the chat. I
Go ahead.
can't force him to join, y'all. He
Go
won't
ahead,
fucking get in this motherfucker.
Kill Rico real quick.
Like, I don't even want him to join. First of all, I need you to read your Bible. Because it's obvious that you're going to this crazy ass book without knowing shit that it says. The first line is, I created water before I created life. What kind of stupid, fucked up shit is that?
Right. Like, but this the crazy part is people like Darth, they believe this book is true without doubt. And I'm like, you gotta demonstrate this shit. You can't just say you believe that a man died and in 3 days he rose
Okay,
from
do you
the
want me to
dead.
answer? You want to attack a straw man, or you want me to answer?
You've been I'm
You're
not
attacking a straw
I'm
man.
saying you've been
First of
I done let you talk
You're-
more than everybody. So it's time for
You're
everybody else
attacking a
to.
misrepresentation of what I said.
I'm not.
Wait,
You
hold
said-
on. I got
Hold on,
one really big question. And don't even cut me off for this one. So you're trying to say that he gave his only begotten son Jesus as a sacrifice. Now follow me here while I explain where I don't see a sacrifice at. So you're telling me Jesus came from heaven, right? And he came to earth, got killed, came back, and then went back to heaven so we can go to heaven. When you sacrifice something, you're telling me that you're giving something up. So if he came from heaven to go back to heaven, what really did he give up?
It was
Where
a
the fuck-
temporary
where is the fucking
inconvenience.
sacrifice?
He gave up his weekend.
A fucking weekend.
That's what he sacrificed.
Not even that. Then you want to tell me that there's supposed to be another second coming when he already came from the dead. I mean, he was already here. So you gonna tell me that he coming back? It's not a second coming. It's a third coming. So he coming back for the third time.
Who comes back from the dead and then leaves?
To tell us that, hey, we're finna kill like half of y'all because y'all don't believe in me, and you just deserve it because I'm God.
But it's presupposition on presupposition, and it's like there's
Okay,
so
you're
many.
attacking a misrepresentation of my position.
That's what everybody says.
That's
I
what
mean,
the Bible
No,
says. The Bible
L,
says
you
on
are
the third day he rose.
listen carefully. I'm talking about L here. There's 3 people in here. Okay, excuse me. There's 4, but 3 of you are simultaneously ganging up on me. I can't possibly answer every single one of you, so I have to focus on one person at a time. L is presenting a misrepresentation of my worldview. Okay, and this is a very common mistake. Now, everybody has a worldview. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, man.
Okay, now
Sure.
in that worldview, we will hold that there is something ultimate and fundamental within that worldview. Can we agree on that?
No.
Okay, well then, if there's nothing fundamental in the worldview, then you won't be able to ground any truths.
Except for in what practically works. I mean, sure.
No, you're not understanding. L, you can't talk. Listen, if you don't believe that there is something fundamental and foundational that dictates regularity, okay, and that secures regularity, then you can't talk about how things work.
Except when it works, obviously. I mean,
No, you're not understanding.
So
You're not
you seem
understanding.
to have all the
Okay,
answers.
let me explain this to L. For example, L. Okay, I want you to imagine that we go on a cruise, right? And we're going to go into the casino, and I'm going to pick up the dice and I'm going to roll them, and I get a 7, and that's a winning roll, and then I get paid. I grab the dice again, I roll them again, I get 7, another winning roll. Now I do that 20 times. Now, after the 20th roll, and I get 7 20 times, the casino manager is going to start thinking that I'm cheating. He's going to think that the dice are crooked, that the dice are weighted to bring up the 7s that many times. He's not going to think that pure randomness and chance produced the number 7 20 times in a row, right? So then when he comes to examine the dice, I throw them out the window and they go into the ocean. He now does not have access to the dice. So he won't be able to determine whether the consistency of rolls is the result that the dice are weighted or that the 27, the 20 rolls that came up 7 was pure chance. Now, when you say things were, that's because you have a belief that there is a laws of nature producing consistencies, and you don't believe that the consistencies of life are the result of pure chance because of its improbability. But you can't, through pure reason alone, demonstrate that the consistencies of life are the product of laws. You're going to have to appeal. So you're going to have. So here's the problem. Now, let me finish one more point here. So unless you have something within that worldview that institutes and secures that the regularity is real, as opposed to an illusion, then you won't be able to argue that the regularity is real.
That's what
I'm afraid that this is a question that Darth cannot answer because it seems like we're going in circles over and over again
That's why I was
about
doing this.
worldviews and no question is getting answered. So I have a question.
Go ahead.
How is it that original sin started from eating a fruit? What's wrong with the eating of the fruit? Some people say it's because it was the fruit of knowledge. What's wrong with the eating of the fruit, and why is knowledge forbidden from humans?
Okay, the knowledge of good and evil was where Adam and Eve would have experienced mental rebellion against God. Okay, the eating of the fruit was the product of their deciding to act in defiance to God's authority.
There it is.
Okay.
It always comes down to it doesn't matter whether it's ethical or not. It comes down to obedience.
Right, because God said so.
In the Christian worldview,
ethics is obedience.
In the Christian worldview, no, ethics is not obedience. Ethics is what we can consider rules about how we ought to conduct ourselves. Okay. Now, ethics in the Christian worldview. May I finish, please?
Can a Spanish?
Ethics in the Christian worldview is that which conforms to the eternal nature, character, and purposes of God.
Yeah, it's basic, all right.
Okay, so you're telling me that if God rains down on you today and says, your first kid, I know it came out of your nutsack, but you gotta kill it because I said so. That's it. Nothing else. You love this kid. Now you're holding this kid. You cut the umbilical cord and everything. This is you're looking at. So just because God says, kill this newborn baby that's done absolutely nothing wrong, you're gonna do it? Now this is your God.
Well, it's interesting that you should ask that, okay? Because first of all, I'm a cessationist, which I do not believe God gives revelation after Jesus ascended into heaven. So I would automatically reject that's from God. But I want to ask you a quick question. Are you pro-choice?
What do you mean? Am I pro-choice?
Are you for the right of women to have legalized abortions?
I am.
Sure.
I'm asking the young lady here.
I mean, this is kind of a sticky way for me to
No, all I want to
explain
know
it.
is, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro the woman.
Okay, so
Like,
are
you
you
can't just
pro-choice?
ask somebody, are they pro-life or pro-choice? You can't just
All
ask
I
a
need to
woman
know,
that without
okay,
understanding.
all right,
No,
let
you
me
can't
ask
just
you a quick
ask that
question.
without understanding
Hold on,
what
hold
a
on.
woman
I
has
want
to
you
go
to
through.
listen. I want you to imagine.
Let her
I want
finish
you to
answering.
imagine, Al. I want you to imagine that you're the deciding vote on the Supreme Court as to whether to keep abortion legal or not. How will you cast your vote?
Horrible analogy.
I would mandate abortions, frankly. I think there's too many people
So the
running.
point is, the point I'm trying to make is,
I'll make
the
You
point
can't
is,
really make a
atheists.
point
I'll make
because you
fetuses
have to
mandate
understand my position.
All right, you know
First
what?
of all, you
I
have
can't
to
keep doing
understand a
this when there's
person's
crosstalk.
position.
Bro.
First of all, before you ask abortion, you have to understand the person's position of which you're asking about an abortion. You're asking a person that literally came from absolutely nothing, that has absolutely nothing. Do I believe in abortions? No, I don't believe in abortions. But technically, as a person who can't supply for a baby,
Why do you
Now
believe
hold
in
on. How
anything?
you know you keep talking about all this cross talking, but every time somebody talk, you come off. Hold on.
Then why haven't you been speaking up when they've been cutting me off?
I've been telling them to hold on.
No, I haven't
he
heard
been
you do
telling
that.
us to wait. First of all, wait, hold on, Darth.
What
Don't let
you
your
should do is,
don't let your
one
God
more thing
overstep your
here.
boundaries
Listen,
on this person's YouTube
one
page.
more thing. If you want me to talk with somebody, then what you need to do is have one person at a time address me, rather than three people. No, but the point is, it's a waste of time trying to carry on a conversation with people.
No, I gave you we gave you the floor for them to 10 minutes, and you ain't said shit. But
Correct.
worldviews and then when I start asking you questions, your answers did not make sense.
All right,
Because
but here's the problem. You have no ultimate reference point.
Why? Okay, why do y'all
you
do
have
this?
you
All
have
of y'all
no
do the
ultimate
same thing.
you have no ultimate reference point to say anything makes sense. You can tell me otherwise.
No,
Can you do that?
Stop. See,
no, you didn't even
listen.
understand the question, did you?
Dude, stop.
Listen. Why is it every time? See, and I want Chrissy, I want you to pay attention to this. Why is it every time I give the Christian or the theist the floor to talk about their belief and demonstrate their God, they start talking about what we can't prove and what we can't make sense. Stop talking about atheists.
Do you know
Talk about
why?
demonstrate your God.
Because you haven't taken the time to put yourself into
Hold on.
somebody else's
Hold on.
framework.
Like you have you listen to me. Since you've been talking, you've been trying to show why what we believe, quote unquote, doesn't make sense. I'm waiting on you to explain how your shit makes sense. You sat here and said you cannot be wrong. You sat here and said that you believe in a book where where all of us came from two people that ate some fucking fruit and we deserve here. You believe in that book. You have to demonstrate why that's true. You don't get to just
okay.
skip.
You
I mean,
don't get that?
look at the way the go ahead.
Hold on. Hold on, y'all. You don't get to come in here and say you believe in Christianity and that is true, and then skip demonstrating it and go straight to why our shit don't make sense. No.
What about Christianity? Don't you understand?
The angel with the flaming sword was a great start, but I mean, you know,
I
cool,
mean,
man.
the entirety of
Maybe
Christianity is what I
conversation
don't
out with three
understand.
people. Because
Hold
if
on,
you
y'all.
don't,
Hold
if I
on.
don't talk with just one person, I'm gonna leave. Okay, because I'm not gonna talk with three people.
Okay, hold on, D. Hold on, D. Listen to me. Listen to me. The moment, I want you to understand something. This is why everybody tired of hearing you
Who's
talk.
making noises into their microphone?
That's why that's Jay. I had to keep muting him because every time I unmute him, his mic sound like he eating
Yeah, from
3
now on,
bags
I'm
of
going to
chips and
talk with
shit.
one person.
Oh,
Okay, but
just
this is what I'm
dictating
saying.
terms, delightful stuff, man.
This is what I'm saying, Darth. Everybody's tired of your gibberish because you literally said that extraordinary claims do not require extraordinary evidence. That's what you said. When you said that, everybody is like, okay, well, what the fuck are we even talking to you for? Because anybody can, according to your logic, anybody can believe anything, and we can't tell them they wrong because extraordinary claims don't require extraordinary evidence, and everybody's worldview
That's
is
a
their
cliche.
worldview.
That's a
And
cliche. That's a cliche.
Yeah, I mean,
but you just
as long as you declare
no,
as long as
man.
anyone declares their truth to be the ultimate
No, I'm not
supreme
talking
truth,
with two or three
that's
people. I'm
dependent
only
on an
talking with
ultimate
one.
supremacy.
I'm only talking with one person. Okay, so who do you?
All right, Darth. No, I'm gonna give you one more chance. We want to hear what you got. Demonstrate your
Okay.
God,
Well,
prove your God, and why
okay.
your worldview is the
Well,
truth. And if you can't
the
prove that,
God of the
we don't.
Bible, the God of the Bible has demonstrated his existence through natural and special revelation. That natural revelation constitutes everything that exists, indicates that there is a God, because without which we couldn't be personal beings. We couldn't have rational acquisition of things in the world around us. Number two, God has revealed himself through the course of human history, through various individuals, and he has sovereignly recorded that in the Bible, and he finally spoke through the person of Jesus Christ and his death, burial, and resurrection. Now, if you don't accept that, then the final proof is to show you that without the Christian worldview and the Christian God and his attribute set, you won't be able to prove anything, because there will be no foundational worldview that you can appeal to justify any belief. In other words,
how can the Chinese
I'm not done. I'm not done yet. He
Oh, of
asked me
course you're
to
not
answer
done.
something.
Let him
Okay,
finish. So I can
you know
Go
what?
ahead.
Oh, interrupt me again, and I'll just leave. Okay.
Promise.
All right, go ahead. Go on, bro. None of that shit he said didn't prove shit. Every religion has
So
that.
blanket
Every
declarations of
worldview can
ultimate
say the same
supremacy.
shit.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is, how can you account for the corruption and the changes and all that's in the Bible to
Man,
fit
this man is
the church's
ridiculous.
agenda? How can he account for all that? Because
Right.
all that has been proven.
Any denomination of
It was
Yeah,
going well, but
yeah.
as soon as they're shown to be incoherent, the plan B goes into full effect.
They literally listen. They literally have no idea how intellectually inept they are. They literally have no clue that they're stupid young adults. Okay, and I'm not trying to be mean. It's not. I'm saying they're stupid because they simply disagree with me. Just listen to not only how they spoke, but the content of what they said. Every single one of them literally reasoned like little children. And they simply don't know that they're morons.
I could actually tell, though, the one guy that owned the server seemed to be trying to think really hard about what you were saying at points and trying to understand. But I think that it was going over his head, and he then was getting frustrated and then didn't want to understand at all, fortunately.
No. It's worse than they're stupid. It's they are blinded by their arrogance. Okay? That they obviously know that I'm educated on this matter, and they just want to argue with me like we're at the 7th grade cafeteria table at lunch hour. They have no idea what they're talking about. Okay? But you know what though? The highly educated atheists are the same way. Okay? From God's point of view, they are equally as stupid.
Yeah, the
How do you
person.
how do you prove something when you don't have any fundamental foundation? How do you prove something without an ultimate? Then there's no grounding for anything. You know, I mean, I could have been meaner, which I decided not to do, but they're like some animals that roll around in their own excrement, and that's basically what they were doing. Is they're rolling around in the stupidity of their own minds, enjoying their own stupidity.
Yeah, I think I noticed the comment too that I have a trouble understanding if that 12-year-old boy or girl with the little squeaky voice.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
really, very obnoxious. Speaking, unfortunately.
No, they're just ignorant. They're ignoramuses. Did you notice how he goes? Do you believe that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? I try to explain to him that's a Christopher Hitchens cliche, and he doesn't even follow that. Okay, if he thinks that me positing God is an extraordinary claim requiring extraordinary evidence, isn't it an extraordinary claim that there is no God? And what's the extraordinary evidence for that? Is it an extraordinary claim that everything that exists simply consists of matter and energy? And that this world is simply materialistic and mechanistic through and through? And that this world is not ultimately governed by a mind? Isn't that an extraordinary claim? Where's your extraordinary evidence for that? You see, the problem with these unbelievers, especially these mental midgets, and even their more intelligent counterparts, is they're simply oblivious to the fact that they think they're operating from a position of neutrality, but they're actually operating from a position of absolute hostility and antithesis. Because if you don't accept that the world that we're in is instituted and governed by a mind, God, then you believe that this world is happening and things are occurring without being governed by a mind. So then why is anything what it is? Right? You see my point? And so both of those positions can be viewed as an extraordinary claim. But if I said to them, you believe that this world simply operates according to some fundamental principles that's not governed by a mind, well, that's an extraordinary claim. What's your extraordinary evidence for that? Well, they don't have one because they're morons.
Yeah, they don't think about what the phrase implicates on their own end of things. And then when you asked her if she was pro-choice, it was like pulling teeth. Like then all of a sudden, I'm going to get dishonest and
Look, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. But these individuals, one of them seemed a little bit smarter than the rest of them, but the rest of them, they're as dumb as a bag of rocks. And it's sad. It's okay. They knew that they were completely outclassed. They knew that they just were argumentative and obnoxious.
Like, were you watching that at all?
No, I stopped listening to it. There's only so much stupidity I can take.
Oh, I was asking Tanlock if he had witnessed any of that interaction or not.
Any of what?
Darth was on a stream with the Atheist rants. Did you happen to watch any of that?
I didn't see that.
Oh, okay. I was say you got to send you in there too. But
Yeah, just go. Oh no, they'll be as obnoxious to Tonlock as they were to me. Look, they're just look. Their biggest problem is not even their arrogance. Their biggest problem is they're stupid and they don't know it. Okay, The show is called Black Atheist Rants.
Well, now they were black atheists?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow, that sounds racist. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I should send you in there.
No, they'll call me a bunch of names for being a sellout.
They'll call you an Oreo.
Remember that guy? What was his name? He was Psycho. That was his name. Remember Psycho Darth from the Great Debate Community?
Oh yeah, he was a psycho, all right.
People call me or Dragnaut. Dragnaut called me a sellout. He's like, man, you're gonna be black and you're gonna believe this stuff. Your people after these. Oh, this guy was so.
Dragnaut said that to you?
Yes, he did say that to me. But
Did you know there was a hangout? I think you were in it and you had left. I was there alone. Dragnet came in and he basically, I'll paraphrase it, okay, because I'm going to clean it up. He said he was going to find one of my close female relatives and rape him. That's what Dragnet said to me. Yeah, that's yeah.
Isn't he like Matt Dillahunty's friend? Like, wasn't he like an atheist experience? Dragnut guy?
Yeah. Dragnut is another one of these atheists that have an overly inflated opinion of their own intellect.
Yeah. Darth, did you finish that video by Skeptic? I really want to see.
If you want to see a really arrogant and obnoxious atheist, it's IO'd, okay? Capital I, might be 0DE. He's on right now. If you type in atheism in YouTube and then click on the filter live, he's wearing a red shirt. I don't even have his volume up. He's so unsufferable. It's amazing.
So he's more arrogant than Steve McRae.
Oh, he makes Steve McRae look like humble pie.
Wow.
Yeah. This guy's And what's interesting is so many of the atheists that we encounter, they have the same universal mindset. It's just arrogance, belligerence, it's evasiveness, it's deception. They all think the same.
Wow. Yeah, some of these guys are not. Yeah. Wow. And it's amazing. The more intelligent they are, the more vicious they are in their attacks on God.
Well, you heard Christopher Hitchens talking to what's his name from Wretched, okay?
Oh, Todd Friel.
Todd Friel. I thought that was masterful what Todd Friel did. That was fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Who are some famous atheists turned Christian?
I don't know.
Because there was a guy who wrote the book "There Is No God," and then he wrote a book.
That's Anthony Flew. But he became a deist, not a Christian.
Right. So he went. Oh gosh, like what Oliphant said. So great, you got him to theism, and now he went to hell. Not much of an accomplishment for the Christian.
You know how hard it was for me to be patient with those lobotomized people?
Darth, I remember I spoke to genetically modified skeptic, and he said that he would be willing to have a discussion, but I don't know what happened to that.
Good, get him in here. But make sure it's in the evening so that I have plenty of time to devote to the conversation.
But genetically modified skeptic, these people don't talk to transphobic douche nozzles, whatever that means.
Well, that's rather hurtful of you to say to me.
No, but do they really expect to talk to Christians who don't hold to the same position? So Dillahunty has forfeited his
Genetically
allegiance.
modified skeptic is a he's a bit of a drama queen. I can barely watch some of his videos. He's such a drama queen.
Well, once he started going to biology class and started just challenging his perspectives, then he just realized that it wasn't true. And he's the only student that went to biology class. Let me show you this. By the way, Darth, I actually agree with you now about Stephen Colbert. You know, I thought that he was, kind of funny. The guy's out of his mind.
He's not even funny, and he's a vile piece of garbage. All of the late night hosts are vile garbage. I don't even watch their shows ever.
Somebody put a bunch of late night shows in a lineup and said, "Who are these people? Wrong answers only." And the first post was comedians.
Do you guys hear that?
Hear what?
No. Okay.
They have to click your stream in order to hear it.
Now, how come Discord has these weird stream settings where you can't get sound?
Are you using a Mac?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it won't work with the Mac. What you're going to have to do is, here, I'll send you a copy of Loopback, but it's going to take a little bit of fiddling to get it work. Copy.
There's way too many Mac users in this chat room.
What? Including me?
I don't think so.
Did you
and
hear
if
this?
you don't, it must be because you can see right through this sinister nonsense about animals being incapable
Wait a
of
minute. How are you doing that?
that ridiculous and
I just took the headphones off. I don't like doing it.
Oh, you're doing it through your speaker.
Through my speaker, yeah, which is lame, but
Well,
It sounds decent.
I'm gonna, yeah, but there are problems with that. Sometimes you don't want to do that. I'm going to send you a copy, if it's not too big, of Loopback.
Okay.
See,
a stain on the course of moral progress. And if Christianity really can't come up with a better response to the problem of animal suffering, then I'm afraid to say that it should be relegated to the history books as well. I've been Alex O'Connor, or Cosmic.
It was so arrogant. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's too big to send you. It's 10 megabytes. I'll have to put it in my drive tomorrow.
Okay. Did you hear this? This was he's so arrogant. Like I'm sorry. I love it.
Yeah, he is arrogant.
Relegate that ridiculous and untenable position to the history books, a stain on the course of moral progress. And if Christianity really can't come up with a better response to the problem of animal suffering, then I'm afraid to say that it should be relegated to the history books as well. I've been Alex O'Connor.
This is just pomposity right there. That's just pomposity.
The problem of animal suffering. That's the hitch.
Relegated moral progress Look. This is just pomposity.
Yeah, but listen,
How would animal suffering even be a problem in the first place?
It's not a problem in the Christian worldview. It may be unpleasant, it may be distasteful, but it's not a problem. I mean, hasn't he read the Bible?
Yeah, but
He's critiquing the Christian. He's making an internal critique of the Christian worldview from his external platform. It's not working.
Sephardic Jew, you're new here. Could you come to the microphone and introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey Darth. Yeah, I am new here, and thanks. I didn't even realize this is my first time on Discord, first time on voice chat. So, thanks for having me.
Okay. When you get a chance, please get an avatar instead of the generic icon.
All right.
So, how did you find our server? And are you an atheist or a theist?
How did I find? I was invited to the server from T-Jump server, but I got banned from T-Jump server because the atheists really annoy me. Really annoy me. So anyway, I've listened to some of your dialogues.
Do you know what Tom Jump's middle name is? It's autistic.
Well, I think, therefore I am is just it's just
The
so
guy, even the atheists recognize he's a nutbag. All right.
He still runs days card. He still runs that day cards. I mean, okay.
That's all he runs.
Oh my god. All right.
Well, he says he could be a brain in a vat. Say, good. Then why should I listen to you? This could be a dream, right? Yeah, he's a nutbag. Yeah.
I have a question then. I suppose my general question is, I'm sorry if you don't like me asking this, but I think I'm an extreme skeptic, or at least I think I'm an extreme skeptic. So you just mentioned like being a brain in a vat, right? And
you're not an extreme skeptic. You want to know why?
Okay.
Because in order to be skeptical of anything, the grounds of rational inquiry have to exist, don't they?
Yes.
Good. And what are the ultimate fundamental grounds for anything that would also be the grounds for the grounds of rational inquiry? What would that be?
Logic and memory, maybe?
No. Logic would be abstract rules of thought, okay? Abstractions don't stand in causal relations. So what is it that would be fundamental and foundational in existence that would be the grounds of all possibility, including the grounds of rational inquiry? What would that be?
It would have to be what you call God.
Okay. Well, why would you say that when you already said you're a skeptic or an extreme skeptic?
Well, because I suppose my question is more.
Then you're not an extreme skeptic, then, are you?
Maybe not.
I don't know anybody who believes in God and calls himself a skeptic, let alone an extreme skeptic. You see, the reason why I point this out to you is not to give you a hard time, but to provoke you to really think about your position. And people who commonly call themselves skeptic are they're just spinning verbal yarn. They don't apply their skepticism consistently. They apply their skepticism arbitrarily. So, for example, they'll be skeptic toward the existence of God, but if they're a skeptic toward God, in other words, their criterion of belief that God exists as what's fundamental and creator has not been satisfied, then what do they believe then in terms of what is fundamental and the source of possibility, and how was that fulfilled by their criterion of belief? The answer is it wasn't. So they apply their skeptic criterion of belief arbitrarily.
I can see that. suppose that's one of the things that annoys me about atheists.
Among
I do
other
have a question
things.
though. How do you know that God is personal? Like, have you ever?
Why?
You know,
Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I know. Okay, because I am.
God is like a superset of.
If what is fundamental to reality is not a mind, a personal being that then institutes this world according to his redemptive plan, and he imbues you and me, you and I, to be like him, then in a not God world, I could not be a personal being. Because then your only other option is determinism or a system of flux and chance. In a system of flux and chance where nothing is governing anything, then I couldn't be a personal being. Okay? But in a deterministic world where everything is purely deterministic but not governed ultimately by a mind, then I too couldn't be a personal being. So in both a deterministic and a non-deterministic world, I couldn't be a personal being. I could only be a personal being in a God world. Okay. Now, what unbelievers will do is they'll say, well, being personal is just simply a higher level of sentience that's an emerging property. But that's just begging the question. This is why a lot of hard materialists like Daniel Dennett and others, and even Sam Harris, who say, no, we don't have free will. We're not agents. Our sentience is simply just the illusion that we're agents. But even that statement itself would be illusory as well, because everything you think and believe was not something that you carefully adjudicated, but you couldn't have thought otherwise, because the thoughts that you have in any given moment were billions of the years in the making through the domino effects of cause and effect. But in a not God world, you couldn't even establish that there is the causal principle that's universal, or the uniformity of nature. You might believe it devoutly, but you couldn't rationally justify it, because then the question is, what would institute and secure it? You would have to believe that something instituted and secured the uniformity of nature, but that would violate the skeptic's criterion of belief. Oops. So the reason why we can know why what is fundamental and ultimate is personal, because we are. And we know what is ultimate and fundamental is personal, because that personal being, God, the God of the Bible, has taken the initiative to construct the parameters of existence, to make us to know collectively through all facts that he exists, and through his invasion into human history, and finally in Jesus Christ, that he is, and that the denial thereof, the non-acceptance and the denial of the self-identity claims of Jesus Christ. When we look at the collective self-identity claims of Jesus Christ about himself, right, that if we even attempt to not accept his identity claims, then we are going to be rejecting and denying the entirety of the Christian worldview. If you then do not accept the entirety of the Christian worldview, there will be no model of reality by which you could defend. And therefore, whatever facts you think you have will not be facts. They will just be something that you believe in an ocean of in a metaphysic of chance, where everything is in flux. Nothing can be determined to be absolute. Nothing can be designated to be impossible. And if nothing's impossible, you can't make sense of anything. You could only make sense of things if God exists, and that God has a specific character and property set that only the Christian God possesses.
Why?
Why? Because he revealed it. No other God can possess it.
So you believe nothing's impossible?
No, I didn't say that. I believe that some things are impossible, because that is due to the God of the Bible constructing a world and permitting some things while not permitting another. If somebody doesn't believe that God has revealed himself through creation and through special revelation in the person of Jesus Christ, then they won't be able to defend that anything is impossible. And if you can't defend anything's impossible, then then all propositions will be of equal value. And if all
Isn't it?
proposition, well, let me finish. If all propositions are of equal value, then you can't have meaning or intelligibility. It's game over and lights out. You just have nothing but absurdity.
Isn't it impossible to know what created us though? Like what created everything?
Why would you say that?
Because doesn't a creator need a creator? Like it just goes
No.
on and on. You know?
No, you're presupposing that everything must have a cause. Where'd you get
You
that from?
too. You too. You're saying the same thing. I mean, you're saying God created
No, I'm
everything.
not. No. Hold on a second. Don't impugn things that I believe that I don't believe.
You're doing the same thing right now, I think.
Okay, Jay, listen to
Or
me
am I tripping?
carefully. Jay, don't impugn me with beliefs that I don't hold. Okay?
So
Okay? I do not hold the belief that you just said I do.
So isn't it? I'm just saying, isn't it impossible to know what created us?
No, why would it be impossible?
Because like it's just like an infinity thing. Like what created us needs a creator.
No,
And
that
it just
okay.
keep going and going and going.
Well, that
That's
statement that
why
you
it's
just made.
impossible to know what created
Listen,
us.
listen. Do you want to have a conversation, or do you just want to argue like we're at the
I'm not
cafeteria
arguing. I'm
table and
actually
not
telling
create?
you what's
Why
up.
are you
Like,
over talking me, Jay?
I'm not over talking. I'm just telling you what's up.
Yes, you
bro.
were.
That's
Jay,
it.
over talk me. Jay, hey Jay, over talk me
What?
again. I'm going to kick you from the server.
Isn't it impossible to know what created us? Yes, it is
Okay, I'll be
impossible to know
glad.
what
I'll
created
be
us.
glad. I'll be
Because a
glad to
creator
answer
needs a
you.
creator. That's why you can't believe in a God, because it's
So
impossible.
you believe, Jay? Last warning. Either we're
Go
going to have
ahead,
a
whatever, go.
conversation. Okay, bye, Jay.
All right, bye.
That's what happens when you suck too many marijuana joints.
No. Well, it's funny.
Darth?
Yeah, you can't help stupid.
Do you mind if I ask some more questions? I'm sorry, I'm
Not
not
at
prepared.
all. No, it's perfectly fine. And listen, you're more than welcome to disagree with me. I just don't put up with people who troll.
Actually,
like
don't. Yeah, actually, don't. Like, to be honest with you, what you said about everything being absurdity, unless it can be grounded in something, I totally agree with. My concern is that.
What if somebody came to me and said, "Well, why did this happen?" Or "How do you explain this?" And every time I said, "Well, that's just the way it is." At a certain point, you would go, "That's crazy," right? Like suppose you borrow your father's car and you bring it back and the car's damaged. And he says, "What did you do to my car?" I said, "What do you mean what I do to the car?" I said, "Well, when you took it out, it was fine. Now it's partially crashed." He goes, "Did you do that?" I say, "No." "Well, who did it?" I say, "I don't know. That's just the way it is." You know, I got a car. That's just the way it is.
It's a dumb example.
But to some.
Hey,
to
hold
some
on a
extent,
second.
though-
Hold on a second, Jay. I kicked you out of the server because you're trolling. Okay.
I'm not. I'm telling you what's
Now,
up,
Jay,
bro.
listen to me carefully.
What?
Listen. Next time, I'm going to ban you.
All right. Cool.
Okay. Now, because I'm a patient guy. Right. I'm going to give you a second chance. But stop with your little teenage trolling. Okay. If you want to disagree with me, that's fine.
I'm disagreeing with you, bro. That's it.
Good. Now, you
All
said
right, cool.
you believe that everything needs a cause. Now, that's a universal claim. Where'd you get that from?
Dude, if I believe everything needs a cause.
Does everything need a cause, Jay?
To me, what I believe, this is what I believe. I believe that it's impossible to know what created us. Because I
Hey,
feel
Jay,
like
that's not an
everything
answer
needs a
to my
creator.
question, Jay.
That's what I'm telling you what I believe. I'm telling you what I
Jay,
believe.
okay, I'm going to ask you one more time. Now, if you
What?
choose not to answer my question, then you're going to be removed.
Okay,
You
what's
won't
your
be able to get
question?
back. Okay. You made a universal claim everything needs a cause. Now, how do you support that?
Wait, did I even make that claim though? Like I'm
Yes, you
asking
did.
you. It's impossible.
Okay,
Is it
Jay, I'm
impossible?
getting an itchy
I don't
finger
know.
to kick you. Okay. Do you think acting
Okay, you old ass
stupid is
dude.
productive?
How is that stupid? I'm asking you a
Jay, you
question with
don't know
your
what
ugly ass. How's that
You
stupid with
don't.
your old ass?
Okay, all right,
Yeah, you stupid.
goodbye. Yeah. Smoking marijuana makes you dumb.
Goodbye.
Darth, you mentioned absurdity, and although I don't want absurdity to be the way things are, I worry that indeed that is the way things are. It is fundamentally absurd. I agree with your critique of,
No,
the presuppositionalist
no,
critique,
but you don't live that way.
I've got to live some way. I've got to live some way, though, don't I?
Not even schizophrenics live that way. The point is, without God existing, and God existing with a specific character set, which I'm referencing the God of the Bible, all right, then there won't be any other model of reality that we can present to solve the problem of absurdity.
I agree. I think I'm a theist.
We not only need a creator, okay, so look at it this way, all right? The first important thing that you need to understand is this, is that there is no neutrality. Nobody is neutral toward God. You can't be neutral toward God. Either you will, in your heart, you will acknowledge that what is fundamental and metaphysically first is a mind, and we call that mind a God, and that the world around us is secondary, it is derivative, and we call that the creator-creature distinction. Now, if you don't accept that, then the non-acceptance of that constitutes the denial thereof, and then you'll probably be left in a situation of monism, that there's just a conceptual set of stuff, right? But you're going to think that that stuff is somehow meaningful and intelligible, that some things are, you can connect some of the dots, you can correlate some of the dots are commensurate with each other, right? But none of that will be able to be defended. It will be believed without justification, right? So either you're going to believe that what is fundamental behind all states of affairs, what is fundamental and ultimate is a mind or personal, or you will believe that what is fundamental is impersonal. Now, if you choose to believe that what is fundamental is impersonal, you could never defend that. How could you possibly defend that on rational grounds? If, on the other hand, what is fundamental is personal and revelatory and has constructed a plan of human history, a redemptive plan of human history, by which he had made himself known through creation and through dealing with certain individuals and ultimately by invading the world himself, as we have in Jesus Christ, then we can know that personal ultimate. And that personal ultimate is the God of the Bible. Now, people say, you can't prove that the Christian... Well, yeah, I can. I can show you that in order for there to be any kind of human rationality and intelligibility, not only must God exist, that God has to have all great-making properties. Guess what? Who is the only God in human history that has the great-making properties? There's only one God. It's the God of the Bible. Right?
But the absurdity seems to be that here we are having a discussion, some humans having a discussion. The one person missing seems to be God. Doesn't he come into the Discord server?
Hold on a second. What you have now done when you said God is missing, what you have decided then is that all the facts that you're acquainted with,
and not people.
Okay, what you have done now is that you have made what you have just stated by implication is that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God, that they're not indicative of God, including your own personal self-consciousness, right? Now, that's something you're going to have to defend now. So you're claiming, when you say that God is missing, you're claiming that you have rational apprehension and acquisition of the facts around you, and that the facts are accessible, and that they can at least be correlated to a certain degree. How in a not God world, where this world is not instituted by God according to his plan, and that he endows you to be like himself, to be a rational cognitive being, how could you be a rational cognitive being? Saying it's an emergent property of evolution It doesn't work.
I agree, but I'm worried that the world really is that way.
You couldn't. No, but you're not understanding. You couldn't even say God is missing. Okay, you couldn't even attempt to say God is not there unless God existed. Because if you reject what I just said, then what you're stuck with is if you say anything, then that's going to be a product of your cognition. Why would your cognition even be meaningful?
I agree. It's absurd. It would be absurd.
Does your cognition operate according to, as Alvin Plantinga says, that it's how does he put it? It's that our cognition is operating properly, because then there would be no proper operation of cognition. There would just be what is. Right? And so what if hypothetically tomorrow massive alien spacecrafts land on the Earth that we're about the size of shrimp to us, and they find dipping human beings in batter and deep frying us is a delicacy and it's delicious. Would that be irrational? Well, not from their point of view, it wouldn't. So
it wouldn't be from mine either. I mean, anything could be real though, right? Anything could be reality.
Okay, well, if you start, do you actually live that way? Because if you do, the men in the white coats are going to come and put a straitjacket on you. But you don't live that way, do you? You don't.
I don't.
No.
But I got to live some way though. I got to live some way for now because I got responsibilities, right? So I can't be.
There are no responsibilities in a not God world. Where'd you get responsibilities from?
It's just my preference that I have responsibility.
No, you're not even understanding. You couldn't even establish the I that you refer yourself to. You couldn't even establish your own individuation. Okay?
I agree.
Good. You could listen, unless you start with God's self-disclosure of his being, then agreeing would be meaningless because all propositions would be of equal value. Now, if you disagree with that, then you're going to have to explain in a not God world why that all propositions are not of equal value. What would make certain propositions not equal?
It'd be nothing.
That's right.
I couldn't justify it. I agree with you.
The problem is if you don't start with God, and I don't mean as an axiom or arbitrary. We start with God by virtue that his creation is revelatory, and that includes my own consciousness. My own consciousness at this very moment, this very second in your consciousness is revelatory of God. Everything. I have a bottle of water in my hand. Okay? Every conscious rational belief that I have, right, is revelatory of God. Because if I wasn't, then there would be no intelligible speech about anything. Because why would there be? Based upon what? Either this world is what God says it is in his redemptive plan of human history, or there is no ultimate metaphysic to place facts. You couldn't even, you wouldn't even be able to count the fingers on your hand because that requires a metaphysic.
I agree. I'm just concerned that the second scenario you say is actually reality. I know you said that it would mean that I'd be in taken away by white coat guys or whatever.
Listen to me. The very fact that you're saying I'm concerned means that it's not. It's not something that's an option for you. The very fact that you say, I'm concerned that it could be, means that it's not.
Okay.
The proof is this. Just think of it this way, all right? I don't know to what extent you're familiar with the Christian worldview, right? But just for the sake of... Okay, so just for the sake of argument, in a thought experiment, the Christian worldview is true. In that world, do we think that the all-knowing God, who has all great-making properties, and he dies on the cross, rises again from the dead, and he reveals himself, that he would make it so easy for unbelievers in their intellect to be able to deny him? No.
Oh, you wouldn't expect that. You'd expect that his existence would be obvious.
It is obvious, but you see, the reason why you conclude it's not obvious is not because it's not obvious, it's because you don't want it to be. Because if you say it's not obvious, let me give you an example. There's this really dumb atheist on YouTube. Okay, his name is Neil the 604 Atheist. And he says, I know there's not a God. He goes, I'm 99% certain there isn't. How do I know that? He says, because if there was a God, we'd know it. Now, you're making a similar statement. You're saying it's not obvious. It's not obvious that God exists. That is equivalent to saying that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing God as their precondition. And by precondition, I mean their actuality and their intelligibility. So when you say it's not obvious, that is pretty much the equivalent of saying it is not necessary to reference God as the precondition, the necessary precondition of all facts. But the question is, can you defend that? And the answer is, no, you couldn't, nor could anybody else. So when you say it's not obvious, you're taking one of the poles of the dichotomy, that either all facts are revelatory of God, including our self-consciousness, or no facts are revelatory of God. There's no in-between there. Now, if somebody attempts to argue an in-between, I have an easy defeater for that. So the point is this. When you take the position is that the facts are not indicative of God, then how do you have facts in a not God world? How could you be a personal being that could even have acquisition of facts? And in order to have facts, that means that certain propositions have to be of a higher value and other propositions of a lesser value. But in a not God world, why would any proposition be of a greater or a lesser value? Based upon what?
But I would say I don't know, and then it sounds like you would say that I kind of do know, but I'm requesting it or something.
Wait a minute. You don't know what?
I don't know how there could be anything with facts with no God.
No. You believe. No, when you say it's not obvious, that is the equivalent of saying I believe that it's not necessary to reference God as the precondition of the actuality and intelligibility of facts. So the question is, you have to defend that now. You see, I'm not shifting the burden of proof. You are quite familiar with the Christian worldview. I've given you a basic presentation. I don't have to sit there and go on for hours and hours begging, pleading, and cajoling you. Don't you want to be a Christian? Don't you want to believe these facts? All I have to do is, are you basically familiar with what the God of the Bible has revealed? And if you say yes, I say, fine. Do you accept it or reject it? Say, no, I don't accept it. Good. Now you made a counterclaim. It's not merely, you're not just standing there going, when somebody says, well, there's water on Mars, and say, oh, I don't believe that. And the person says, well, you have to prove it isn't there. And you say, no, I don't. Well, that would be true. But when you don't believe the Christian worldview, you do not believe the Christian God is ultimate and the source of all possibility. When you don't accept that, that is an implicit counterclaim. That the God of the Bible is not necessary. Then the question is, what is?
I say I don't know.
Well, no, but here's the problem. If you don't know, then how is it that your position is that the Christian God is not necessary? That would be a contradiction in terms.
If the Christian,
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. It's not that you don't know. You believe he's not necessary. I don't care if you say you don't know. Maybe you believe things without reason. Do you believe that it's not necessary to reference God as the precondition of all facts without reason? Do you believe that?
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I believe that it's possible that I don't need to reference God. You're correct. I seem to believe
No.
Maybe I should think about
You
that.
just inserted a word that I did not use. I did not say it's possible. I said either you believe that it's necessary to reference the necessity of God as the precondition of facts, or you don't believe it. It's a true dichotomy. Okay? Either you believe it's necessary to reference God as the necessary precondition of facts, or you don't believe it. But you see, human beings and our sinful tendencies, we want to cloud the issue. We want to muddy the waters. Oh, I don't know. Good. I don't care if you don't know. I'm just going to focus on what do you believe? Either you believe it's necessary to reference God as the necessary precondition of facts, or you don't believe it. And if you don't believe it, then you're going to have to defend that. I've already given you my defense of the existence of God and the existence of Christianity, but you don't accept that. And so what I'm using here is like when the Americans dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. The Japanese knew the war was over, but they weren't giving up. They knew there was no hope whatsoever when they're surrounded by the United States Navy. So we dropped the atomic bomb to end it. Well, I'm dropping an atomic bomb on you. You deny God's revelation of himself. You deny Jesus Christ's self-identity claims in the course of human history for whatever reason. Okay, I don't care if you quote Robert Price. I don't care if you quote Richard Carrier or any mythicist. Whatever your reason is not to accept the identity claims of Jesus Christ, you're now making an implicit counterclaim that you are in another world with another foundation by which you can be a rational personal being and make sense of your world without Jesus Christ as the Lord over creation. Good. Tell me how you do that. Because what unbelievers want me to do is get on a never-ending treadmill. Excuse me. They want me to get on a never-ending treadmill of evidentialism, and I'm not going to do that. I don't need to.
But why Christianity, Darth? Why Christianity?
Because the God of the Bible is the only God that has the, the God of the Bible is the only one that has the sufficient and necessary attribute set. All other gods that throughout human history are not perfect. They're not ultimate. They don't have the attribute set. The God of the Bible designed it this way. Okay, so that you could know that the only God claim in human history is the God who revealed himself in creation and through special revelation. If we take a look at other God claims like Ahura Mazda of Zoroastrianism or Allah in Islam, these are not perfect gods. They do not have all great-making properties. The problem with unbelievers is, well, you haven't proven it. Yeah, well, you don't want it to be proven. If somebody doesn't want it to be proven, it doesn't matter how much info you present to them. When we take a look at some of the more strident unbelievers on YouTube, they're not looking for evidence for God. They don't want God to exist. And then when they say, oh, and then they say, well, yeah. And then they say, oh, no, you're just ridiculing us. We do want to believe that God exists. You just haven't done your job. Really? Then you're going to have to explain when you say there's no evidence for God. You got to defend that. And they won't do it because they know they can't. And no, it's not shifting the burden of proof because I just presented you the case for God. Okay? As soon as an unbeliever says, no, you haven't convinced me, good, then you're claiming that you can make sense out of your world without God. Go ahead, do it. They can't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
And they think that this biblical presentation is dirty tricks. It's not dirty tricks. It's transcendental reasoning.
I agree, but then you're intersecting. You're also. Are you saying that if I read the New Testament, or at least even just know the basic claims of Christianity, it should be kind of self-evident to me that this is true? Is that what you think?
Well, it will be self-evident, but only to those who abandon autonomous reasoning. If you're still clinging to your autonomous reasoning, you're going to blind yourself, okay, to the self-attesting nature of the Bible as a package. Remember, you have to understand the basic theme of the Bible, okay? Now, many atheists do not really, want to have an understanding of the biblical message, right? The point is that the God of the Bible is the only one that has the sufficient attribute set. And if they go, oh, you haven't proven that, I don't buy that, say, good, now you're on your own. You've now made a counterclaim. And they think that that's dirty pool. They think that's shifting the burden of proof. It's not.
No, I agree. I agree. It's.
How about this? Here's a cliche that they give. They'll say, if there was a God, surely he would know what it would take to convince me to believe him. Yet I haven't seen that. This is childish reasoning when these are grown adults who are saying this crap, okay? Because what they're saying already presupposes that all the facts that they're acquainted with don't necessitate referencing God. Good. Make your case for that. And then they go, oh, you're shifting the burden of proof. No, I'm not. It would only be shifting of the proof if there were a legitimate neutral position that one could stake out about God. But you can't. You can't be neutral about God. So the point is that the proof of the Christian God is that he's revealed himself in natural and special revelation, and the denial thereof is impossible. And they just think that this is a psychological trick. It's not. If somebody reads the Bible, look, there's only two ways of viewing your cognition. Either your cognition is revelatory of God, as I have stated, that our very self-consciousness could only be consciousness because we are imbued by an eternal mind that is itself self-conscious and has created us to be like himself. Or my cognition is autonomous versus my cognition is a gift of God and needs to be in submission to God, right? And to recognize that my cognition is a gift of God. Now, if they don't accept that, then by default, whether they realize it or not, they are claiming to operate under autonomous reasoning, that the mind of man alone, man's cognition, does not need to be derivative or dependent or in alignment to the mind of God, and to the extent that he reveals it. The mind of man is the measure of all things. All he needs to do is to do an inductive survey of all the facts around him, and then he can start to piece together what things mean. That's called autonomous reasoning. If you go to the scriptures, okay, while clinging on to the position that you are an autonomous reasoner, that mental state will blind you to the self-attesting nature of the Christian scriptures, that the God of the Bible has revealed through nature and through history what he is like in terms of his properties and attributes, starting in Genesis 1 and culminating in Revelation 22. And the Bible reveals God's collective set of attributes. And we say these attributes must be in place, otherwise we can't have human intelligibility. We can't have wisdom, you can't have truth, you can't have anything. Now, if somebody doesn't accept that, because they scoff at that, because they go to work, they go to school, they write books, whatever, say, fine. If you don't believe that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and life, you do not believe that God is the Alpha and Omega, that the beginning of wisdom, the beginning of knowledge is the fear of Lord, good. Then tell me about your world without God. Go ahead. And they don't want to do that. I called into a scummy, sleazy atheist who does a regular weekly show. He's smarmy, he's sleazy, he's deceitful. Okay?
Is it Pine Creek?
Yeah, no, it's Pine Creek. Pine Creek.
Oh yeah, Pine Creek, not Pine Creek.
No, Pine Creek.
I've seen his show.
As in creepy, yeah. Now, he had no callers, so I called in. He wouldn't let me get my question out. All he wanted to do was railroad the conversation, say, tell me about Jesus. And I pointed out to him and his audience, why are you asking about Jesus? Is there anything that you don't already know? See, the very fact that he doubted that Jesus walked on water, the very fact that he doubted that Jesus rose again from the dead, how could you doubt anything outside of the Christian worldview? If you're operating from a non-Christian worldview and you're looking in and you're doubting that Jesus rose again from the dead, then in order to doubt something, then certain propositions, certain beliefs have to be off limits. Certain beliefs have to be deemed more probable or less probable. Certain propositions have to either be deemed possible or impossible. Right? So when he says he's doubting that Jesus walked on water, what he's really claiming is that his worldview, he's not directly saying this, he's saying this by implication, that his worldview provides him with the necessary preconditions metaphysically to reason, to evaluate propositions as having greater or lesser value, or possessing truth or falsity. But how does the non-Christian worldview do that? The answer is he doesn't want to talk about that. And in fact, he basically admits it on a number of videos. Here's how you deal with presuppositionalists. Don't answer their questions. Just ask him to talk about Jesus. And all he wants to sit there and say, well, why do you believe that? I don't believe that. But the very statement, I don't believe Jesus walked on water, I don't believe the Bible, is an implicit claim that his worldview provides for reason. But how does your world provide for reason? This just goes to show you what a fake, a phony, and a fraud he is. He's a fraud, okay? If he was really, if Pine Creek was really confident in his worldview, he would say, okay, here's my worldview and how it provides me with the capacity to doubt certain beliefs and to not doubt other beliefs. And in my worldview, I can doubt Christianity and not doubt other things. He's a phony. Because when he claims to doubt, he's claiming his worldview provides for the ability to evaluate propositions, that some are of higher value, some are of lesser value. Where do you get that from? Everybody knows, who is familiar with the Christian worldview, that in the case that the God of the Bible exists, that there would be a metaphysical basis for propositions to have greater or lesser value, or to be possible or impossible. So every time he says he doubts Jesus, every time he says he doubts Jesus walked on water, he's simply making an implicit claim for his worldview that he's not defending. He wants us to defend the Christian worldview. Well, we've done that, and he doesn't accept that. But when he claims he doubts, he's making an implicit claim to his worldview, which he does not defend. He simply takes it for granted without defending it. In other words, he's holding to his worldview that provides him with the capacity to doubt certain things, including Jesus walking on water, but his worldview is not defended according to his criterion of belief, the same criterion of belief that he uses to dismiss the Christian worldview. So it's all a dog and pony show that Pine Creek is doing. To show you that he's a creep, look at the stuff that he does, where he pretends, oh Lord Jesus, I want to believe in you, and he plays this music. He's just here to mock and ridicule. They don't come any more phony than Pine Creep. By the way, I'm sure there are people recording this, and they're going to play that back to him. So I hope he hears it. Here, I just picked up my phone and I looked at my YouTube feed, and here's a video from Seth Andrews where he gives a talk. Christianity made me talk like an idiot! Exclamation point. Well, wait a minute. In your not God world, Seth Andrews, why would any statement be idiotic? Why? What ultimately would mitigate against any statement being idiotic? Based upon what? Does anybody think Seth Andrews could answer that? You know what the nice thing is this? God is not mocked. What a man sows, he shall also reap. These people are in for the rudest awakening of eternity when they die. And they will have no one to blame but themselves.
I suppose I'm just stuck on why Christianity over, Islam or Judaism.
I've already
explained
that to you. I've already explained that to you. Okay.
Sounds like you made an assertion that only Christianity.
I want you. Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to imagine that we go to a airplane graveyard. Where they put airplanes that they're not using anymore. And let's say you're a pilot and you want to buy one of these airplanes, right? And you say, well, why'd you pick that airplane? You say, well, that's simple. It's the only one that had the complete set of working parts. Well, why didn't you pick that one over there? Because it's missing an engine. Well, why didn't you pick that one over there? It doesn't have ailerons. Well, why don't you pick that one over there? It has no hydraulics. Okay. None of the planes have a complete set of the necessary and sufficient working parts to fly. The God of the Bible is the only metaphysic that has the necessary and sufficient property set for human rationality and intelligibility. And if anyone doesn't accept that, they must realize that that is a counterclaim. In order to believe that you have intelligibility, that intelligibility must derive from your model of reality. But that model of reality must provide the foundational properties so that there can be human intelligibility. I don't know too many people, unbelievers, who actually go on the attack and say, well, Christianity, if it were true, could not have the property set that provides for human intelligibility. They'll attack Christianity as not being true. They'll attack it as saying, well, how could a good, benevolent God allow evil, things like that. But they don't argue that the God of the Bible having omni-properties, that God has all great-making properties, that he doesn't have the characteristics for human intelligibility. But once you reject the God of the Bible as providing for that, regardless of the superficial words that you use for that, good, then you're automatically saying that your worldview provides for reason and truth and falsity and being able to value and devalue propositions, and that some things are possible, some things are impossible, some things are probable, some things are not probable. How does that non-Christian world provide for it? Well, the same thing as the airplane graveyard. They don't have the necessary working parts.
Darth, do you think it's intelligible to claim that there's supernatural? Does that word really mean anything from your perspective?
Supernatural. All supernatural means is that there's certain phenomenon, both in the past and the present, that is going on to give an account of the things that I do see. Okay? Why do people believe in certain things that they don't see? Because it explains the things that they do see. Why do you believe in radar? Can you see radar? No, there are many things you can't see, but you adopt that this phenomenon that cannot be seen is indicated by other things that you see. And say, oh, but radar waves are not supernatural. Well, how do you know? The point is, there are plenty of beliefs that people have that they cannot justify through empirical means to make sense of their world. How about the causal principle? How the hell do you justify the causal principle? You would have to presuppose it to try to demonstrate it through empirical means. How do you justify the uniformity of nature? You can't.
In the New Testament, there are lots and lots of miracles.
How about this one? Here's one for you. Okay. In the Christian worldview, God is fundamental, he's ultimate, and he's absolute. He is the absolute that puts into place the principle of continuity along with discontinuity in this world. If God is rejected, then is there actual regularity in this world that is imposed? Or is it simply the appearance of regularity that's imposed?
Most people, it's absurd if you reject. Yeah.
Well, then if you believe that the regularity is real, and by real meaning that it is imposed and secured, then the question is, then you're going to have to believe that there is something that is unseen that has imposed and secured it.
I agree. I'm just struggling with why Christianity rather than some other monotheistic system.
I've already explained it to you, because they don't, their ultimacies are not perfect. They're not ultimate. In order for there to be human intelligibility, there has to be a completely self-conscious mind, God, and that God has to be ultimate and perfect and have great-making property, the great-making properties. If you take away some of those great-making properties, it destroys the actuality of human intelligibility. If God, let's take, for example, God is entirely omniscient. He's self-conscious, entirely self-conscious of himself. If God were not entirely self-conscious of himself, then for all he might know, he might be may not understand himself what and why he's doing things, and the way he institutes this world might not work. So the point is, there is no other God like the God of the Bible in human history. Nowhere.
That's the claim. That's the claim you're making. But aren't there Muslim presuppositionalists? I don't know, but are there? I mean,
no, they're idiots, because we can just simply show that the God of Islam was made up by Muhammad, because the Islamic God is not perfect. Right? Did you know that the Islamic God he's not maximally personal? The God of the Bible is maximally personal. He is relational in eternity past, logically prior to creation. He does not need to create other agents in order to be relational. Whereas the God of Islam could not be relational, because there would be no one to relate to. Okay? So that means...
That'd be the doctrine of the Trinity, but is that clearly taught in the New Testament, the Trinity? Is that clear?
Absolutely. And in fact, the Trinity is strongly hinted at in a number of passages in the Old Testament. Okay? The point is this, is the God of Islam is not perfect. He's not ultimate. He's not absolute. The God of the Islam couldn't even, he thought that Mary was a part of the doctrine of the Trinity. When the Quran condemns and criticizes the Christian doctrine of the Trinity, Muhammad thought that Mary was one of the three. This is so glaringly obviously that Muslims lie about the text, and they say, oh no, Mary was not the third of three. Well, then say, well, if she's not in these two passages in Surah 4 and 5, then why does it mention Allah and Jesus, but then the third persona of the three is left missing in action? They go, oh, that's the Holy Spirit. Say, wait a minute, where'd you get that from? That's not in the text. It says, do not say three. Allah is not the third of three. Who's the third persona? Why was Jesus included in there? Okay? They'll say, Jesus is not the son of Allah. He's not a God. He was a messenger. He ate food. Well, why are we being told that in the passage? So he's not. So people don't believe that he's one of three gods. But wait a minute, where's the third God? Well, the answer is it was Mary. Or so Muhammad thought. But they can't admit to that because that would be a historical error. So they have to deny that Mary was being referenced as the third God. But in Surah 5:116, it says, and when Allah will say to Jesus, did you say to the people, your disciples, to take you and your mother as gods? So it was clearly on Muhammad's mind and Allah's mind in the 7th century that the Christians were taking Mary as a god. So if Mary is not the one of three, and the third one is missing in action, just inadvertently not mentioned, then that would make Mary a fourth God. So it would be Allah, Jesus, the third person missing in action, and then Mary.
So you're saying Christianity doesn't contain these kinds of mistakes? Is that what you mean? Like,
no,
so Islam
no, it doesn't.
contains mistakes like this, but Christianity doesn't.
No, and then when you go through these atheist websites that attack the Bible with contradictions, when you carefully and methodically go through these, and you especially look at commentaries, you look at what researchers have said, you find out that these contradictions are not contradictions at all. Right? Some of them are probably having to do with typos and copying errors. But the content contradictions are just simply not there. Look, do you know how over the years, how many times I've heard atheists say that Genesis 2 emphatically and unequivocally contradicts Genesis 1? Do you know that do you know who Matt Dillahunty is?
Yeah, I do.
He's a famous atheist. He said he used to believe that. Yeah, he says he now realizes it doesn't contradict. Genesis 2 does not contradict Genesis 1. Oops, we've been told for years that it's a contradiction, but it's not.
Do you think someone like Bart Ehrman is also kind of deluded then, in your view, in terms of his view on New Testament contradiction?
Have you ever seen Bart Ehrman lecture?
Just on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen him. Okay, and look, the guy is a credentialed New Testament scholar, right? But have you ever seen his attitude?
Arrogant.
His attitude toward the Bible glaringly shows more about him than his scholarship does. This is a man who's on a mission to try to discredit the Bible, okay? Rather than a man who's just a humble scholar going, I have some problems here. And by the way, if you don't believe me, go. I don't have the title of the video, but check out Tim McGrew did an analysis of some of the things that Bart Ehrman wrote, and he showed that Bart Ehrman is guilty of deception, that he plays fast and loose with some of the accounts in the biblical text, like with the resurrection accounts. See, people who are dishonest and deceptive will always play fast and loose and take cheap shots, right? And that's what the atheists do.
Because one problem here, though, is that not knowing Koine Greek or whatever, I have no way of evaluating these claims. I'm just kind of relying on experts.
Then good. Then you'll have to compare his so-called expert testimony against other New Testament scholars. By the way, even Bart Ehrman said in one of his own books that the textual variants don't bring into any question whatsoever any of the central doctrinal pillars of the Christian faith.
I heard him say that.
Yeah.
Are you ever bothered by small seeming contradictions like the death of Judas or stuff like that? Or do you...
No, not at all, because it says, first of all, we should expect that when we have eyewitness accounts from different sources, that sometimes there can be differences because they're written by different people, and that sometimes they can seem to be problematic, but they're not necessarily a contradiction. For example, there were people who reported the Titanic split in half, and other eyewitnesses said it did not. Well, did the Titanic split in half? How do we account for this? Well, the answer is there were some people whose vantage point they could not see it splitting in half. There were other people in different vantage points who could see it. Okay? There's an account of the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence. One account has the name of one magistrate or official. The other one has another. So who was the first person to publicly read the Declaration of Independence? Is this a contradiction? Well, when you look into it, what we find is the magistrate who first read the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence, he had a very weak voice. And the crowds could hardly hear him, but he wanted to be the first one to publicly read it. But there was another gentleman who had a large, booming voice. And the magistrate would read it, the crowd could barely understand it, and then the man with the booming voice read it. So it all depends on what perspective you're looking at as to who first read the Constitution publicly.
Yeah, and Darth, I think another thing with the contradictions is when you read your Bible and you understand the fact that you're going to get different. For example, there's the contradiction of the angels. Well, they saw two angels. The other one said there was an angel. Well, it's not really a contradiction because someone's including more details than another person.
No, sometimes people will leave out details where other people will include details. For example, we have the gospel accounts. What were Jesus' last words? And there are different recordings, but they don't contradict each other. They just simply record different things. Now, the point is, Jesus could have said all of those things.
But why are the three synoptic gospels, if they're independent like that, and Jesus said these different things, why is there, some passages in, let's say, Mark and one of the other two of the synoptics, where it's almost word for word the same? Like it seems like
that doesn't problem. It's because it could be the case that that Matthew and Luke used some of the material as a primary source from Mark. That doesn't pose a problem.
I agree, it's not a contradiction or anything. It just seems odd.
Well, so what? Well, wait a minute. Have you ever heard the expression "truth is stranger than fiction"? I'm going to be almost 60. I can't tell you how many weird things I have seen in my lifetime that are odd. It's truth is stranger than fiction. I'm not saying it's odd per se. What I'm saying is that it could be that Mark wrote his gospel first, and then Matthew decided to write a more fuller account from his perspective, and he used some of Mark's material while using some of his own. Okay, recounting as well. Right? This doesn't pose it's not a problem.
Right. If you look at what Luke does in his gospel, I mean, Luke says he has a specific purpose for writing this gospel, and it's so that you may know the exact order, the sequence of events. Now, obviously we believe in divine inspiration, so they're going to be word for word identical things because God Himself is bringing to remembrance or bringing to their minds
different people.
Yeah.
Another thing is there are seemingly the order of events seems to not cohere with some of the Gospels. But here's the problem. Okay, if you read Lydia McGrew's material, right? She's married to Tim McGrew. He's a philosopher. But they're both, I think, analytic philosophers. They point out that a couple of these things that seem to be out of order, it may be the case that Jesus cleansed the temple twice instead of once. And if you assume that he only cleansed the temple once, and there's a seemingly different chronology for one or the other, then it may seem like it's problematic. The bottom line is this. In spite of these problems, the God of the Bible has the only characteristics without which we cannot be people of reason. And if somebody claims, oh no, but we can reason without the God of the Bible, the answer is no, you can't. This is a delusion. This is why everybody who rejects a biblical presuppositional apologetic, right? It's why they don't defend their worldview. They just devolve into being argumentative. If the biblical presuppositional apologetic, defending the Christian worldview, which is basically just a defense of Scripture and its ramifications, if it's not true, then why don't these people defend their model of reality? It's because they can't.
Yeah. Can I just point something out? I'm looking at. Let me give you an example. I don't know who was speaking of what most of these quote unquote gospel contradictions end up looking like, which is really unimpressive. But if you look at Matthew chapter 16, verse 23, where Jesus says to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan," right? So he's 16:23, he says, "Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me, for you are not setting your mind on God's interests, but man's." Now, we have a similar account of that in Mark, where Mark does not add Jesus say, "You are an offense to me." Is that really a contradiction because a person added an additional detail? Is Mark really claiming to be giving you a word for word? Now, let me be careful how I say this. Account of every single word that went by. I mean, how do you get hours of dialogue into text? I mean, let me pull up Mark 9. Is it Mark 9? No, it's Mark 8. Yeah, he says. Right, let me pull it up. Let's see, Mark. Yeah, he turns and looks to Peter and says, "Get behind me, Satan, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but the things of men." Well, why didn't he include the fact that Jesus said, "You are an offense to me"? Does anyone really consider that to be a contradiction in the Bible? I mean, come on. I mean, anybody really consider that to be a contradiction?
The one I thought I noticed in terms of the Judas thing was the reason why they named the field of blood, because there seems to be two different reasons. I accept that maybe there could be two reasons. Maybe one of those things in life where there are actually, multiple reasons why something happened. And
Look, in one passage it says Judas went and he hung himself. Other passage said that Judas' body fell and hit rocks. That is not a contradiction. They both can be true. Now, if one passage said he tripped and he was eaten alive by pigs, and the other one said that he drowned, well, then you'd have a problem, wouldn't you?
And even in
one
that
passage
case,
says that it's called the field of blood because of the blood money, because that's how Judas got the silver. The other passage says it's called the field of blood because Judas's guts spilled out and there's blood everywhere.
Where?
That's a
Show me
different
that
Now, why
explanation.
can't there be
Show me
two
that
reasons?
verse.
Yeah, but even think about that.
It's,
Why can't there be two reasons? It doesn't say here. Here's how the contradiction would be.
I agree. Yeah, there
If
could be
it,
two.
like,
There
for
could be two
example,
reasons. Yeah.
let me give you an example. This would be a contradiction if it said the only reason for this being called the field of blood is because of the blood money. Then the other says because of his blood being soiled in lead. That would be a contradiction. It doesn't say. It doesn't limit the amount of reasons.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it can be both.
Oh
Look,
my!
if we listen, if we held human history and other people that we're acquainted with in our daily life to the same scrutiny that people want to allege that there are Bible contradictions, we would be finding contradictions everywhere. The bottom line is this: why is it? Okay, why is it that there's only one religion in the annals of human history? Only one religion, which is the only major religion that has the property set that the God of the Bible has. Because all these other gods are man-made fabrications. Because they never understood. Do you think the biblical writers all got together and go, "Hey, let's get a God and let's have him have all these properties so there could be one day human intelligibility"? No. But when you look at all these other God views that are the product of people who are rebelling against the one true God who was revealing himself through nature and special revelation, every single one of those gods are missing key characteristics and properties and attributes so that there can be human intelligibility.
I think of what's another key? I remember I talked to Cliff Jumper and he said to me, the Bible says.
Hold on, just so everybody knows, Cliff Jumper was a lunatic, crazy, whacked out atheist who then turned into a transvestite.
Thank you. But Cliff Jumper said to me, and I didn't know the Bible as well. He pointed out Romans 10:10 or 10:9 through 10. Whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And then he went to Matthew 7, which says, "Not everyone that says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven." And he said, "See, there's a Bible contradiction." I mean, you have to laugh at that.
Oh, he's taking them out of context.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's pathetic. You should say to him, wait a minute. You were born with an XY chromosome. You were born with male genitalia and sexual reproduction organs, but you're walking around in little girls' clothes. That's a contradiction.
Oh.
Cliff Jumper. I always knew that there was something screwy about that guy.
Yeah, Cliff Jumper is out of his mind completely.
But you know what? He has very good taste in little girls' clothes, doesn't he?
Oh gosh,
you remember those pictures?
I do remember them. I tried to make sure they weren't framed in my mind.
Yeah, here's a grown man dressing up in. Even little girls would be embarrassed to dress up in those kind of clothes.
Well, Darth, he loved 50s and 60s sitcoms, so that's where that came from.
Why were all those clothes in black and white?
Little side note: Jay Robin is over at Atheist Rants, taking them to task.
What's that again?
Jay Robin is over at Black Atheist Rants on YouTube, taking them to task.
Oh my God, they're so dumb. Let me go over to the YouTube and see that.
Yeah.
Who was the person
that
Who's the person who brought up Judas?
That was me. It was me.
Who's me? I don't know the username.
IQ106 Sephardic Jew.
Okay. Did those explanations make sense to you? I didn't say do you accept them. Do you understand why they're not a problem for a Christian to view?
Yes, I understand that. Yeah, I agree, and I can see that anything that the Bible says can be. The critical thing is, do you trust Christianity? If you do, then
now I have to challenge you more because you gave an answer like. Okay, do you understand what a contradiction is? Like definitionally, what a contradiction is? Because even if you're
when you
not a
say something,
Christian,
when
even if you're not
you
a
assert
Christian,
something is both true and false at the same time, or something like
and
that.
in the same way, okay, and in the same sense. Now, you do, even if you're not a Christian, you have to recognize the fact that because one account includes an additional detail